Good day everyone, and welcome to the second day of the International Conference on Physical Education 2021 organized by EAPS Pakistan Chapter and Sports Promotion Society under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports, EAPS, incorporated in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness, and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy, and Pakistan Sports Promoters. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few items so you know how to participate in today's event. We've taken a screenshot of an example of the attendee interface. You should see something that looks like this on your own computer desktop in the upper right corner. You're listening in using your computer's speaker system by default. If you would prefer to join over the phone, just select telephone in the audio pane and the dial-in information will be displayed. You will have the opportunity to submit text questions to today's presenter by typing your questions into the questions pane of the control panel. You may send in your questions at any time during the presentation. We will collect these and address them during the Q&A session at the end of today's presentation. To begin our session, we will have a worship song, followed by the singing of the national anthems and conference etiquette.
Your glory, every nation bow before you. All our treasure turn to ashes in the light of you. As we're singing, holy is the Lord Almighty. Only you are worthy, worthy of it all. Every tribe will see your glory. Every nation bow before you. All our treasure turn to ashes in the light of you. As we're singing, holy is the Lord Almighty. Only you are worthy, worthy of it all. Praise and
Assalamualaikum Abbas.
glory and strength unto
Mau
our
apa?
God.
Ada dari
Majesty, restraint. This is our God. Every time sing praise and glory, honor and strength unto our God, unto our God. Majesty, love unrestrained. This is our God. Every tribe sing, ayo, 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 wow. Ayo, 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 wow. We sing, ayo, 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 wow. Ayo, 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 wow. Oh, there is no one like our God. No one. There is no one like our God.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
ธงชาติและเพลงชาติไทยเป็นสัญลักษณ์ของความเป็นไทยเราจงร่วมใจยืนตรงเคารพธงชาติด้วยความภาคภูมิใจในเอกราชและความเสียสละของบรรพบุรุษไทย
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Good morning, good afternoon, and Assalamu alaikum to all of you. I'm Faisal Fiaz, advisor of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences. First of all, I would like to welcome to all of you, to all my well-renowned international speakers, Dr. George Abraham here, Dr. Gurdeep Singh, Dr. Vrinder, who's a very big name in physical education, especially in psychology field. Then Dr. Shunan Pate, Dr. Hamid from Iraq, he's here. So we are looking, Dr. Hamid is on screen. So uh, there are many other well-renowned professionals and the physical education experts are here to deliver and to share their insights, whatever they have done in their life. It's the basically crunch and the best material that they are going to deliver in this conference. Reason, physical education is a very vast and big field, and it's also called as subject of life sciences as well. There are many things which basically embed in this single subject, which is physical education, which is totally about the working of human body, human psychology, and the internal mechanism of human organs. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Varinder Singh, who is the first speaker, and after that, my best brother, Dr. Gurdeep Singh, who is a very big name in the field of physical education and sports science, and my very good friend, Dr. George Abraham, he is here, who is the principal of YMC College, India, and he is doing a wonderful job while delivering physical education insights and knowledge to everywhere in the world. Dr. Hamid from Iraq is here. He will deliver the knowledge about the sports injuries and rehabilitations related topics. So I would like to, first of all, I'm going to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible. So I would like to invite my very respectable teacher, mentor, and my very good friend as well, Dr. Vrinder, who is the Vice President of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association. He is a sports psychologist and he is also a member of You and Me, and he will deliver the knowledge and the information about sports psychology, which is not a small thing. Reason, sports psychology is the main thing through which you can enhance the focus and concentration, and in this way the performance of any individual can be become the best one and can be become the worst one as well. So sports psychology is a very important thing. Reason, it's all about the coordination and interaction between body and mind, and you know very well that brain is the main thing, and brain is the central unit of your whole body, who having the complete mechanism to decide, to give you encouragement, to give you potential, and to basically the complete control of your body and the all organs. So first of all, I would like to Dr. Vrinder Singh, sir, kindly start your presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Faisal Fayaz. It's a very delighted day today. I'm very happy to, present myself in front of my good friends, Dr. Jajo Abraham and Bhishma of Physical Education, Gurdeep Singh ji, and all other esteemed speakers in the different countries.
Sir, I want to add one thing here, that Dr. Gurdeep Singh, he is a very good and nice person. He is a motivator, he is an encourager. He, without any discrimination, he always encouraged to any physical education expert, and he
Yes.
loves to any sports person.
Yes,
And
yes,
that's
yes.
the quality of this person, that
Yeah.
he's always ready to help
Yes.
and support to any sports person.
Yes,
So
yes.
thank you very much to all of you.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really very happy to have, it's the first time I'm talking from the Pakistan side. I'm very happy. And I wish all the very best for all the Pakistanis people and from India side. So let me share my PPT. Yeah, as you, Dr. Faisal rightly mentioned that sports psychology is the most prominent field in the sports medicine, because many of the countries produce the national level champions, and after reaching the national level, once they go to the international champion, if you can look into their skills, their strategies, their practice, all of them will be in the on par and with the equal level of energy, and also the skill and the grit to achieve something. But what is that which is really making difference at the international level? See, majority of the players, they sweat a lot, they toil a lot, they learn all the skills, they prepare for the international competitions years together. But once they reach the international level, naturally, they experience a tremendous amount of the pressure, and also tremendous amount of the expectations, and from the peer pressure, and from sometimes from the sponsors, sometimes from the parents, sometimes the everybody from every corner, the pressure will be keep crushing them. The sports person has to overcome all these pressures, and also in that particular pressure, he has to execute the skill what he learned over a period of time, and what he has to execute in the competitions, he is going to be the winner. So naturally, it definitely works with the software of your brain. So if you compare the brain with a computer, your brain is like equal to computer, is a hardware, and the thoughts with which you are going ahead, we call it as a software. So as long as the software is good, software is regularly updated, and your machine will be working efficiently, and to your expectations, it is deliver all the output. Similarly, here also, your software, your thoughts, your skill, your training, these are all things are going to interact in your repertoire of your brain, and that has to come into your hand when you really come into the ground and the field. This is where the majority of the players have a difference. And that too, in the post-pandemic area. We cannot say post-pandemic area, we can say that during the pandemic, we are being suffering because of this corona. Each and every country suffered a lot. So first, physically by health, and also psychologically, and emotionally, and absolutely with more financially also, every country is disturbed. And similarly, all the players and sports persons also suffered. And also you have seen in the Tokyo Olympics, for the first time in 120 years of the Olympic history, the Olympic Committee made an announcement that the mental health is one of the most important aspects, and we need to consider, we need to talk. And also we have seen the gymnast, Simone Biles, has withdrawn from the competition because she said that she's suffering with the pressure and mild depression also. And also the USA tennis player, Naomi Osaka, also told that she is having some issues with depression. See, a sports person of that caliber, working the international levels and achieved so many medals and a lot of accomplishments, and those players also suffering because of this pressure, then imagine a player who is coming for the first time into the international podium, how much pressure the player is really going to experience. So that is the reason I request all the professionals, maybe academic professionals or professors or HODs or coaches or all the players, they all need to understand that if a player want to perform better in the international competitions or national competitions, they need to prepare the candidates to take the support of the sports psychologist. Because where a psychologist really helpful? Psychologists can be helpful from the ground, from the developmental activities of the player. So one part is that the player will practice everything what coaches gives the takes the or shows the path. It can be in the case of fitness, it can be in the case of agility, and be what do you call patience. All these things can be done in the ground. And also you must stress that how much time you need to take for the recovery also, because that is also very important. So what Coach tells you on the season how much you have to do, off the season what are the activities you need to do, and maybe coach is preparing a lot of strategies not to get bored, not to get bored of the repetitions, but you will be always prepared very well. At the same time, the sports psychologist also parallelly work equivalent to your coach. What he does, he makes you understand what is the anxiety. He makes you realize how the arousal and anxiety both are related. If arousal is very high, how anxiety shoots up, and the ability to execute the skill, what you learned and practiced in the ground before the competition, these relationships and how to organize your arousal also can be trained by the psychologist. And also, he helps you understand how to build your self-confidence in any competition. Now, it is a general thing that whenever an international competition takes place, on par with you, on the ground, on the field, before the starting point, there are a lot of other country players who will coming. You might have heard different names in the medal winners, and we look at them, and you are the first person coming to the international level. Then naturally, it creates a lot of pressure that will I be able to compete with them? Really, am I having so much of efficiency? Really, can I deliver all the skills what I learned in time? See, these kind of thoughts can really affect your skill in the body. That can generate the anxiety, and this anxiety can make you become more, unproductive in the process of giving your best in the competitions. And the sports psychologist can help you to how to organize these unhelpful thoughts which are really controlling your emotions and controlling your performance. Sometimes because of this anxiety, your body may come freeze. You may experience the choking, and this really, any bigger players can really totally collapse. He cannot really go forward. And it is not because of your practice. It is not because of the flexibility of your muscles. It is not because of the weakness, physical weakness. It is not because of the food what you ate yesterday, but it is just because the thoughts which are processed in this factory, which can influence each and every muscle of your body. Majority of the developing sports people and the coaches might not pay more focus on sports psychology. In Hyderabad, I've been working with the boxers, I'm working with the athletes, I'm working with the tennis and badminton and cricketers. At some point of time, majority of the players, they experience this kind of issues exactly when their tough competition was there. Very, very few players has their signature way of presenting that when they experience a huge pressure, their performance shines like a diamond. Like diamond shines when you really polish more and more. So apart from that, one or two people, but majority of people are succumbing to this pressure. So majority of the sports are absolutely, it all comes into your mind games. So these mental skills need to be improvised. Apart from these self-confidence, we should also know that what kind of thoughts which are making you to influence to give a low performance, immediately you need to learn the self-talk, which can shift you from unhelpful thoughts to the more helpful thoughts. It is in our hands, and this is being trained by the sports psychologist. Sometimes you may experience too much of practice, too much of competitions, too much expectations. This burden of carrying all these things at one point of time, you get up from the bed and you start feeling that, no, I don't want to play. Yeah, I had enough. I just leave. I'm not feel like going to the ground. I'm not feel like to practice. I'm not feel like to give my best competitions. What if I don't go? See, these kind of things are not really helpful for a performer who is at the peak level. So looking at these feelings, people think that they're all true. But a sports psychologist can really help them to understand and figure out These are all feelings, but not the facts. Why? Because sometimes they experience the burnout stage. A sports psychologist can really be able to understand and give the help, give some recovery time, like the physical fatigue. Whenever you do more exercise, more number of repetitions, out of more enthusiasm and more spirit, sometimes you may experience physical fatigue. Same way, sometimes, psychologically also you feel you're exhausted, no more have any positive feelings towards your performance. So these are all things definitely a sports psychologist will be at your helm of affairs and help you to make you become very effective. And a coach prepares you physically, and a sports psychologist prepares you psychologically. And both these physical and psychological preparation can coincide each other, and also they have resonance, and that's what we call it as a peak performance. So to achieve the peak performance, majority of the research has been insisting that the sports psychology support will definitely make them very, very helpful, and also it really keep them always better. And the most important is during the preparation, during the competitions, sometimes players may experience injury. So once injury comes, the athlete, coach, parents, sponsors, and if it is a team game, the team, all of them feel very much depressed and disappointed and disgusted. They really don't know what to do. Athlete feels that he lost his life, and the nearby competitions are throwing challenge at him, and he feels totally helpless. Physiotherapist and the doctors, the minor surgeries might have taken place with the athlete or player. The physical wound may heal. It appears that you are physically fit, but the psychological wound is not going to relieve you. The fear which always controls you, that once again, if you repeat, there's every possibility that you may get injury once again. Then what happens? It happens that the player cannot give the full potential in the competitions. Then the performance decreases. Then it influences the outcome. Then it influences the whole team. Then it influences the country and the sponsor. Everybody once again has come into the picture, and it really disturbs you very much. At the time, sports psychologist is the person on whom you can verge, on whom you can rely, on whom you can trust, on whom you can prepare, on whom you can plan the best outcome, and also the psychological wound or limitations created out of your experience can be minimized or totally removed with the support of the coach and the player and the parents, and create the self-confidence, and once again reach to the peak performance was earlier being done by him before the injury. See, this is the greatest support any sports psychologist in the world can offer to the athletes. See here, I'll share one or two case studies. Then today I'm going to focus more on. I'll take one skill so that it will be more helpful for you to understand a more popular skill, that is imagery. See, one cricketer is under 19 captain. I'm not saying the name. He came to me with a complaint that for the past 4 or 5 matches, he's always out, either duck out or without any runs. If the captain itself in that state, how the other players will trust on him? And personally, he himself started feeling very low of himself, that why I'm really failing. So he came to us, he came to me. So we started working. We have taken the whole personal story, Then I spoke to the coach. I also spoke to the parents. Parents are placed here in high celebrity status, but because they are very much concerned about the progress of their son, they have shared everything about him. Then I spoke to his co-players. Then after that, we have measured the sports anxiety. Then also we measured the depression. We have done the other tools of self-confidence, cognitive anxiety and somatic anxiety. We all assessed. So whenever a player comes, first of all, we try to measure all the skills. We try to see where exactly the problem coming from. Then in the conversation, the captain shared me that before going into the near by the wickets itself, his brain is started telling him that this is not, you're not going to do anything, you are going to out. Before the bowler bowling, his mind used to pop up the messages and images that he was totally duck out. So out of too much of pressure and fear, he always used to get this kind of emotion unconsciously. It's not because of he's controlling that. Then we started working, applied the two therapies. One is cognitive behavior therapy. Second is we have worked with the neuro-linguistic programming visualization. These things are made very, very successful with him. And after having 7-8 sessions with their 1 or 2 days in between break, and we taught the exercises the fellow has to practice every day, morning and evening. Then surprisingly, this boy, for the first time after almost 6-7 months, he stood in the ground before the wicket, and he could do more than 70 runs in the first innings. He could also do more than 50 runs in the second innings. In the third, also he was standing on the crease. Earlier, he was used to out within 5 minutes. As soon as he go, and he used to come back. And there are a lot of jokes were there in the dressing room, and also in the people were used to sit in the ground. They say that no, next batsman should pad up and get ready. Now the whole scenario has been changed. See, this is the impact of the sports psychologist to help them. Of course, the player also should be ready for that. You just can't really, if it doesn't have any wish to do it, you can't really help out. So he was always ready to improve himself. He was always ready to practice physically, and then he has become very successful in his career. This is a very, a tip of the iceberg example I've given. Like that, there are so many players, athletes have become very, very effective. So for him, I taught him imagery, that visualization, right? In this presentation, I just want to try to share my experiences and also the information which is already available about the sports psychology. So today my talk is on impact of imagery and NLP and imagery of the performance of the athletes. See if you can look into this. Michael Phelps, we all know, very, very powerful athlete, and also he got 22 medals out of that 18 gold medals. Highly decorated Olympian in the world. Such a great champion. And he, many a times, his coach also shared in many of the interviews. If you have time, you just go to the Google whenever you find time and then search coach of Michael Phelps. What did he say? He always says that the imagery helped him more. Visualization helped him more. Whenever you find time and before going to the competitions, he will sit for 5 minutes and then he used to visualize that he's swimming and also is touching the point before everybody, and he got the medal. So this is the impact of this imagery and visualization which is being done by the majority of the successful players. So anybody who really want to give the peak performance, these are the major skills a player has to prepare himself. Is published Cooper and Goodenough in 2007. First is the performer has to have at one of its highest intention. Whenever a player is preparing competitions, he must have inside 100% intention that at any cost has to give my best performance. Whether you're winning or not, secondary. But you should have an intention that you must give the best performance. How do you know the best performance? Because before coming to the competition itself, we know that we set the goal. Goals are three types. One is outcome goal, process goals, performance goals. Outcome is in the competitions what you get, what you're aiming at. Process goals is everyday day-to-day life. How much time you are putting on your fitness program, how much time you're putting on the skill learning, how much time you are putting on the trials, how much time you are honestly measuring yourself, taking the feedback from the coach and working, how much time you are able to assess yourself, what is the psychological support system you are generated while you are practicing. These are all things will be tested in the processing, and how much performance you are increasing regularly. What target you kept and how much target you reached. Is it 100%? Is there any possibility to improvise your performance goal? Then giving the best. So in any competition, having highest intention that whatever you practiced, you are trying to give the beyond the performance goal what you've kept in the competitions. Then working hard, of course. Every athlete, every player, whoever want to be successful at the international level and national level has to work physically and psychologically. These are only two things only can pull you and propel you into the next level of success orbit. And setting goals, trusting an inner knowing, you must know, trusting all the skills, and also you must know what you are. Distinguish between the self-confidence and self-esteem, and dealing with the setbacks, managing anxiety and confidence, using language effectively in self-talk and communication, and preparing mentally and managing the flow state. See, these are the 10 parameters with which any player in the world, irrespective of the game, any sports person who want to be competitions, sport itself is nothing but the combined with the competition. So these 10 things you need to carry with them. So if you consider the highest intention, all right, what is the meaning of the highest intention? First of all, you should understand that, attitude of gratitude. So when your coach or sponsors and your friends, your family, when they are keep on supporting you to give your best, you should always have a gratitude that, they're all helping me. That is, it's proved many times that it's really giving the best output from the person. And also you should have more focus. Focus means what? Being in the present. We can call it a concentration also. Being in the present. At the moment you are doing, you must be here. See, when I'm talking, I'm giving a presentation, I'm absolutely in the present. And whatever the brain is processing everything, it was absolutely related to only about the sports and what I'm really going to talk. The experience, whatever I had, the information I read, the presentation I've given earlier, the interaction, what I had with the sport persons, the work I put in the ground, as every day I go to the ground and interaction with the players, competitions. So spend time with 1-2 hours with them and come back home. And this sports information, which is already deposited in our brain, continuously keep on connecting with my vocal cord and coming out. This itself, we call this absolutely you are in the present. And say create a more spatial awareness and also stop trying. Stop trying means what? You're feeling very hard, but you're trying to push every minute, every second. That also sometimes, it hurts. Sometimes it may lead to you more stressful, and also you generate the physical fatigue. Hard work. See, majority of the people, wherever you go, people say that if you really want to be successful internationally, you require the hard work. Definitely people will work. There's an example of Muhammad Ali. The picture says, I hated every minute of training, but I said, don't quit. Suffer now and live the rest of your life as a champion. That's what the Muhammad Ali used to say. His quotes are very, very powerful. In one of his interviews, he said that, my practice starts only after my total physical exhaustion. That is way of his school. For him, it is work. But the same model may work, may not work with everybody. That we need to check and test it. So Muhammad Ali always used to say, from morning to evening, I used to work hard. Then I was totally physically fatigued and exhausted. Then I start working 1 more hour or 2 hours. The actual training starts only from that point, his point of view. Then while practicing, after my total physical exhaustion, then I used to count the numbers and how much time I'm going to doing. And that really sometimes very painful, sometimes very, very hard. Then I used to abuse myself. I used to scold myself, why the hell I came to this profession? Why the hell I took this game? But I never quit. That is the quality of Muhammad Ali. So what really is given for him? For him, it is given a lot of confidence and mental edge. You always have a great self-esteem that, I work hard, I trained everything, I give my best. So this is how I can build myself and I can really go and fight with anybody. I can win and I can become a champion. So he took the responsibility of self, intense practice to develop his own career. So for him, it worked very well. So we need to check with oneself that what kind of school I need to follow. So reading some of the biographies of the players, what is the intensity of their preparation, how much disciplined they are about the food, preparing, organizing their emotions, how much they are focused, how their liberties are used only for the development of self. These are all things are definitely varies from person to person. And this is another, always have a issue with the confidence and esteem, self-esteem. See, self-confidence is nothing but what we do. Person can be evaluated and criticizing for his doing and performance, skills or behavior. Esteem comes on what we are, what I am. Not on criticize for being, it is for value and worth. Person's value and worth are given to him at birth. As a human being itself, we are more valued. Trust this, believe this. If somebody focus at commenting on your doing, by doing the doings can be improvised. But already you are born as a human being. That is an eternal value you are carrying as a human being. So your self-esteem need to be always good. Because any human being born with the 10 multiple intelligences, and also the research says that a human being can learn anything. But the process of time may change from person to person. The recent research says that if any human being who works purposefully on a particular task for 10,000 hours, and that person can excel. So imagine. So internationally, any player or any professional is being successful, it means unconsciously or consciously they have been putting the large amount of number of hours. So you can estimate. Let's suppose a person who is investing 6 hours a day, remove the 365 days, let's suppose 300 days in a year. So 6 hours into 300. So you can say 1800 hours. So almost it is in 5-6 years, that person is going to excel. So self-esteem is that you are born with such all the skills. Your multiple intelligences are there. These multiple intelligences can be dominate one or two for every person. The intelligence what I have possessed may not be same with the other person. So identify, explore, work on that, and if you have already set a goal is there, keep working on that. You can really make you become very great. This is a success cycle. How really any person can become success. See, if you can look into with the red letters, right? A player is given a peak performance. What happens? Naturally, they start talking about the positive self-talk. And when you talk positive self-talk that I'm able to execute, I learned all the skills. In time, I'm able to connect with all the proprietary skills which are there in my brain. I connect with the self, and that will increase your self-confidence. Once your self-confidence increased because of your performance and your positive talk, both will join and create a positive beliefs. And expectations about the future performance also start emerging. Then what it does, it helps you to feel very relaxed that you are in a safe platform. Then because of this, what happens? Because of this peak performance, it makes you feel good. Then it makes you feel good, once you derive pleasure, once you get happy, naturally you develop a lot of concentration. And this concentration will automatically trigger the interest in your brain and you become more focused. Then what happens? Because of this, then it will help you to execute the skills what you have. Then these all things will once again push you to the peak performance. So this is a cycle. Instead, you may have also failure cycle. So what in the failure cycle comes? Let's suppose you wanted to execute in a hockey team or football team or in any cricket or any other teams. Suddenly, a player failed to execute the skill what is supposed to be the best in that particular skill, because of anxiety, because of over arousal, because of all unhelpful thoughts generated, and the execution to the core was not happened. Then what happens? He did not score the point. Then immediately his self-esteem breaks because he feels failure. Then immediately he entered into negative self-talk. What? Oh, I am shit for nothing. I failed it. I've been thinking this is really going to happen. I think I should quit the game. All these negative self-talk push you to what happens? Increase the self-doubt. Whenever self-doubt generates in the brain, it immediately percolates your parasympathetic nerve, enters into each and every muscle, and it deviates you from the actual trained skill. Because of what happens, it diminishes your self-confidence. Then pop up the negative belief that the next competition, definitely I'm going to be removed by the coach. No more I will be continuing this. It happens within a fraction of a second. And because of what happens, it increases anxiety. Anxiety is nothing but thinking about the too much future, standing in the present. Then it disturbs the focus. Your thought changes from task relevant to the shift from task relevant to the task relevant thoughts. What is that? Maybe my teammates are really blaming me, or my coach was angry, my parents are not happy with me, and the sponsors may withdraw my sponsorship, and all the viewers in the galleries are really going to discourage me. Because of what happens? It increases more anxiety and arousal, and your muscle become very tight, and the execution becomes not effective. Then once again it leads to the failure. This is the cycle of the success and failures. So at this point of time, whenever you are experiencing the increased self-doubt and increasing your anxiety, there exactly your sports psychologist is going to help you more and makes you become very helpful. Now let us see how this imagery visualization. I think I have another 5 minutes time. Mental imagery. Imagery is a mental practice. How much time, sir?
Hello, sir. Sir, can we request for you to reshare your screen? Because some of the participants are putting some lines in graffiti on the presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I'll finish in 5 minutes and then take them.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, participants, avoid putting any graffiti or lines or images on the presenters' PowerPoint. Please do respect our resource speakers. Thank you so much.
See, mental imagery is a mental practice that has been widely used for the acquisition of this sporting presentation. And NLP is an approach for changing thoughts, feelings, and behavior. These are the very, very helpful tools. I work with many of the players applying these to, apart from CBT or EBT and whatever it is necessary for them. And these are one of the tools which are really very helpful to make any player to become very effective, overcome from the anxiety and arousal. So imagery, there are 2 types of imagery as there. One we call it as instructional and motivational. If you want to improve your skill, you can have the imagery you can guide yourself so that it will improvise your skill. How you are visualizing the imagery of that skill, how you want to execute. Excellent. And when you keep practicing, and it is going to really percolate into the body, the supplies, they pass on to your muscles, and it executes to the core, then you are going to become the best performer using this imagery. See, there are a lot of experiments has been done, a lot of research has been done using the imagery, how this is really going to improve the performance of the players. There are a lot of theories also there in this imagery theory. We say that this is psycho-neuromuscular theory and symbolic learning theory, bioinformation theory. Symbolic learning theory is one of the most important, helpful to guide this theory to understand by the people. So in this imagery, we share one simple experiment which I've done earlier to tell that how this imagery is very powerful. See, they have taken the two groups. One group, they were trained in playing the piano for weekdays. Another group, they were also trained playing the piano, but not physically, but psychologically, imagery. And after this one day, after 7 days, one day they given the training for these people, for the people who are trained psychologically, and they prepared for only 1 day physically. Then the competition is held between the two groups. Surprisingly, these people also almost done the same as the people who physically done. In some of the areas, these visualization made them to become very effective. So this is the very, very helpful. And imagery, they could understand that if you do something physically, the area in which your brain is being influenced and create the mental paths, the connecting the neurons. If you can visualize, same neural path is also affected, and so same area is also influenced, and the same kind of skill is deposited in your brain. Because of that, it has really played a very important role. So this neuroscience really helping the sports persons to give the best performance in creating these neuron paths in the brain, so that the muscles and neurons are both coordinate and give the best performance using this visualization and imagery. So in this also two types of perspectives are there. One perspective is the personal perspective. That is, you need to, when you are closing your eyes, your sports psychologist giving the instructions, visualizing as if you are experiencing that in the game, in a particular skill. This is one. Second one is that the third person perspective means you are visualizing that you are performing on the ground. One is experiencing yourself and visualizing. Second is you are sitting outside of you. Your another you is performing. Another you is on the ground, and you are seeing that the way in which you wanted to play to the core. So that visualization. So there are two types of the visualization. There it is, both are good, but it varies from person to person how this perspective is really going to helpful for you, all of you. So these are the two methods. One is that instructional motivation. Instructional means, but you need to visualizing the things for the skill to generate. Motivation is that to get the little more arousal and commitment. Then the putting effort in a particular direction. So this motivational and instruction, and also in a first person perspective, and also the third person perspective. And why not some of the people experiencing not really great success? Because there are three reasons basically. One is consistency, second is specifics, and association. Consistency means no matter what training or a person is involved, inconsistency is the key. So whatever the training you are taking physically as well as this visualization or any other skill, if you do it consistently, then automatically that is really going to be propel you into the success. So what is the impact in the brain? We will say that visual images and sensory impressions generated by the brain are holographic in nature. Every image and impression is composed of electromagnetic energy that consists of matter. Vividness and sensory detail increase the energy and power of the visualized image in a sense that one visualizes the real. The body and mind interpret visual images and sensory impressions as reality and react to them accordingly. See, this is the impact of the visualization in the brain. The second skill we call is a neuro-linguistic programming. And this neuro-linguistic programming has much bigger benefits than the imagery. One is it helps you to change negative thinking to the positive and stop self-limiting thinking patterns and increases the energy and removes the mental blocks also. Whereas imagery cannot change the negative thought process and limiting beliefs, but it can improvise your skill with which you have been operating yourself in the game. And when you visualize a particular game, what kind of particular skill you want to execute, you visualize the skill and it improves that skill. But whereas neuro-linguistic programming goes beyond the frame and it helps you to change your limiting beliefs about your performance, it helps you to reach out your fullest potential, what you are possessing. The state of mind of the individual is an essential factor in bringing out his or best performance. So a lot of sports performers spend a lot of their time focusing on improving their fitness, technical ability. Often the mental ability is neglected, but world-class level also sometimes it happens. But I suggest that all the professionals who are really watching this and listening this suggest that you always coordinate the players and the coach with the sports psychologists, so that is really going to helpful for them. So there are other uses similar to that. So I thank one and all. Already time is up for me. So I wish that participants have any questions and queries, please ask me. I feel very happy to answer them.
First of all, thank you very much, sir. You basically delivered a very informative and very encouraging and very concise presentation about sports psychology. So you are very right that sports psychology is the main thing through which we can achieve and we can basically enhance our potential as well. So it's all about our internal instinct control. So if we take the stress, then obviously our potential can come down. So Dr. Hamid is here. He wants to ask a question. Sir, kindly please.
Please.
Dr. Hamid. Can you type your question, Dr. Hamid, please, in chat box?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Hamid. How are you?
Are you okay?
Tell me, sir.
Thank you so much for this good BBT and all that is. Very good knowledge and good information in this BBT. Wonderful BBT. Thank you so much. I don't have any questions here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hamid.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamid, for commenting a wonderful comment on this presentation. Dr. Varinder is no doubt he's a mentor and a symbol in sports psychology. He basically experienced his knowledge, share, and he talked and basically gave us a lot of example that he basically put in front of us that how sports psychology can become a beneficial for any sports person and how we can improve ourselves internally and externally as well. Reason, as we have other things, for example, weather and climate conditions, smoke and other things we are facing, same like there are some internal and external parameters as well that we have to manage and control as well. And it is all controlled by our human brain. So computer is also a machine which basically interact with all the units of and input output devices of computer, and only the brain or microprocessor is the controller who gave the command and who decide logically anything for any processing. So sir, thank you very much. And I'm going to share your certificate. This is a basically small token from our side, and I hope that you will acknowledge our efforts and you will accept this small gift from our side as well. So this certificate is being granted to you.
Yeah.
International Association of Physical Education and Sports Science, Pakistan Chapter and Sports Promotion Society under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University Philippines, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy and Pakistan Sports Promoters present this certificate of appreciation Dr. C. Vrinder for imparting his or her valuable insight and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Physical Education 2021 on the day of 28 November 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed by Faisal Fiaz and the great person, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, who is the president of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association. Then Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argrain, President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports. And after that, my dear friend, Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, the chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports. So, sir, thank you very much. Certificate is visible to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is. It is. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, sir. And I hope that the audience have learned a lot. Reason you gave a path, you gave a way that how they can perform much better than earlier.
Yeah.
Reason this is the only thinking process and controlling of internal mechanism of body and mind as well.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Professor Gurdeep Singh ji.
Thank you.
So my dear sir, dear brother, Dr. Gurdeep Singh is now coming. He is the advisor of Sports Promotion Society, PhD, and former Joint Secretary Sports, New Delhi, and member International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education, ICSSPE, Berlin, Germany. He will talk about India's quest for Olympic gold. So it's all about the finding and research material and research-based thinking of Dr. Gurdeep Singh, that what are the basically main things through which India have the basically gold medal in Olympic, and how they are improving and progressively they are improving their level in sports. So the mic is handed over to you, dear
Thank you.
sir, Dr.
Thank you.
Gurdeep Singh.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
First of all, greetings, and I'm very happy to see you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to convey my grateful thanks to Professor Faisal and Professor Rajesh, Professor Lakshmi Rathod, and C. Vrinder, Professor George Abraham, and all my colleagues. Today, I would like to discuss the things based on my experience, my education, making it excellence. So after the disaster of Indian athletes at 2016 in Rio, the government of India constituted a high-powered task force, Olympic task force of experts from Indian Olympic Association, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, UGC, and AIU. Fortunately, I was one of the members for designing the path or roadmap for Indian athletes to perform well in 2021. So being an athlete of my time, then as a hockey coach with the national team in Olympics, then as an observer and sports scientist, finally an administrator, how youth sports can contribute in a national stream. On the basis of these four aspects of my life connected with sports, I written a paper which was published in AIU's newsletter, India's Quest for Olympic Gold. This was a roadmap. First of all, we had a 3D program. One is design, Second is the development. Third is the delivery of desired results. Before starting the preparation, we had a roadmap for Indian athletes, designing the policy and developing the action plan and delivering the results. Finally, we had the international task force of athletes and coaches, because we took one person for Olympic task force from athletes, Abhinav Bindra, who was the first gold medalist from India. He was part of the team. So then we kept in mind what is the importance of a gold medal at Olympics. Winning gold medal in Olympic Games has become prestigious politically. The effect for that, what we can do, the effective use of mass media is capable of making everyone crazy to support their potential athletes, compelling them, motivating them to win Olympic medals. That's what happened practically by Neeraj Chopra, who made his presence felt and who was monitored by an international coach from Germany by watching day-to-day program. So I'm 100% agree with the Professor Verinder, who worked on mind. Our coaches work on physical fitness of the player, but the sports scientist works on the mental capabilities of the player. This is a holistic development of an athlete that includes your body, mind, and spirit. Therefore, a gold medal in Olympic is a dream come true for every sports person. However, only a few selected athletes with rare potential who are able to convert their potential into performance are able to realize their ultimate dream of winning gold medal in Olympics. How it works? It is body, brain, strain, and train. Body should be strained, mind should be trained, and spirit should be channelized into constructive direction. That's what. Now, second point comes the stress. When you are preparing for a gold medal, keeping an eye on a very high position, then there is a natural, it's natural that there will be strain, there will be stress, anxiety, frustration. For that, we need sports psychologists. I can give you one example. When I was a hockey player, had we been able to be provided the help of sports scientists along with top-notch coaches, we could have given the best material and best merits. And you could have seen us on the podium. Our best time was 1975 to 80. And in these years, India has won 75 World Cup hockey under the captaincy of Ajit Palji, then 80 Olympics in Moscow under the captaincy of Vasudevan Bhaskaranji. So at that time, we could get some psychological conditioning of our athletes by a medical doctor, Ashok Ahuja, at a National Institute of Sports, Patiala, but it should be available on the regular basis. So this is how the things come forward. Then the medal tally in Olympic Games is an indicator of character, competitiveness of a nation, development, economic growth. Therefore, developed nations have adopted sports as an active, healthy, and productive lifestyle. When your nation is healthy and active, it is easier to produce world beaters because you are the talent is flowing in the pipeline. Need is to then during our roadmap while preparing, we kept three things in mind: talent, training, and target setting. So genetically potential athletes were selected scientifically, and they were trained day and night, keeping in mind the potential. Their potential was converted into the performance. And we kept in mind at that time, as member of the Olympic Task Force, first reform, perform, and transform. The existing sports policy was reformed with the help of experts, and a scientific training was also organized and implemented by the coaches, trainers, motivators, and facilitators, keeping in mind whether we can do or not. And the stress management was taken care of. And the target was set for all athletes that you want to see, and we want to see you people on the Olympic podium minimum. If you set your eyes on the gold medal, at least there is a possibility of a silver medal in your approach. If you are setting your eyes on the silver medal, at least bronze medal. And that's what happened with the Indian hockey team. So playing against the most tricky and most tough performing teams, especially Australia, Holland, and you can see the Western countries are playing hockey based on the football tactics, because they put a lot of efforts in physical fitness, mental toughness, and tactical training in all the situations. So this is what was done. Based on the reports on the scientific committees, it was observed that genetically rich with special breed were selected by a team of experts before the competition. So the need of the hour is to identify, nurture that rare special talent with the scientific and professional approach in education sectors, especially schools, colleges, universities, for achieving creditable performance at the international level. This was the first identification of the talent. From the school, colleges, and universities, thousands of students were selected by this Olympic task force, and they were given training according to their abilities. And there was a high rate of dropouts. At least they became physically fit people. So according to Charles Darwin, if you don't design your study, your research, then it will be difficult to achieve the talent. That it is the most strongest, it is not the most strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one who is most responsive to the change and challenges of life. This is the mantra of your survival and success. If we don't change our actions and reactions and perceptions according to the changing times, then and design our training, it is very difficult to achieve the target. Today, we are living in the highly competitive world where those who cannot cope with the dynamic and changing times of the present usually lag behind in the race for future success. In every walk of life, sport is not exceptional. Professional sports is not exception to this, because our coaches, if we do not update their skill, knowledge, and experience, then it's very difficult to match with the dynamics of techniques adopted by international athletes and their coaches. So it was recommended that India needs to prepare a comprehensive program, a proper planning, effective implementation, and analytical evaluation of the programs which are being pursued by the coaches, trainers, and athletes. So this was done for 5 years. Olympic, what are the special characteristics of Olympic champions? Olympic champions are born with rich genetic potential, and they are chiseled with the help of scientific support system put in place in any country. But in Western country, they have designed training program which suit their genetic potentials, and that's why they perform and transform the sporting performance. So they know how to strain the athlete and how to train the athlete, and the holistic development of athlete takes place. This is possible. At present, there is an added advantage to India on account of its fast growing economy, public health awareness, demographic dividend of youth, and large potential pool for sports development at the grassroots level. Today, India is a young country. Between 15 years to 35 years, this is the best age factor in which you can produce Olympic champions. And for that, specialized coaches and sports scientists are of the firm opinion that advanced training of talented athletes is equally important to win gold in Olympic. That is a test of fire that makes the fine steel. Training is a test of fire that makes the fine steel to reckon with, or that's why the athletes are able to reach the Olympic podium. Superior athletes who usually achieve excellence are a special breed. If we are in a position to recognize that special breed, and we can define a rare combination of genetic endowment and conducive environment in schools, colleges with the specialized training, which is happening in other countries, this is the mantra. This is the mantra of champion athletes. One is special breed of athletes and combination of environment and specialized training. So for that, we need sports scientists along with the national teams, not only with the national teams, with the school teams, colleges teams, and the universities. So what was our vision? To make India as a vibrant and leading edge sporting nation in the world by way of developing sports culture in school, colleges, and the university. This was the first step. First, you promote the culture, nurture, and structure. 3 things. Culture, sports culture should be in schools and colleges and universities to throw a lot of in the mainstream. Then nurturing of the athlete on scientific lines, systematic lines, and structure. There should be a specialized specialized structure, means policy, to formulate comprehensive national sports policy with proper planning, effective implementation, and objective evaluation. Some of the countries I have seen in my DLIT thesis, I have compared this national sport policies of performing nations. They have the best sports policies in the world, but some of lacuna is found the implementation part. You have a description of top class at top class experts, but there is a lacuna in implementation. That's why the results are not achieved. So this is planning, implementation, and evaluation. It should be synchronized. There should be no gap. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve the desired results. Number 3, and we need to create a conducive environment for pursuit of sporting excellence, where top athletes, specialized coaches, fitness trainers, sports scientists, policymakers, even the corporate icons can work as a team. No, sports promotion and sporting excellence is not the job of the coaches only. They need policymakers, corporate icons to sponsor because money is involved, specialized coaches, and top athletes. If they work as a team, they work as a family, then I hope you can come up in the highest level competitions, that is a warlike situation. Olympic is known as a warlike situation in which not only physical, mental, technical abilities are tested of an athlete. Alexander the Great has written in his biography, the soldiers who sweat more in peace through their rigorous training, lest they bleed in the gruesome world war. So when we compare Olympic Games as world war in a civilized world, then soldiers who have been sweating in peace, then they are able to bleed themselves less, they can face. So Olympic Games is dependent on your preparation. Your preparation is dependent on your leads to your performance. To provide scientific potential performance, enabling them to train physically, mentally, for improving sporting performance day by day. In the last lecture, Professor Varinder told the consistency of your performance needs to be maintained. If you are unable to maintain your concentration, consistency, and it is bound that your contribution is sadly affected. So this is consistency, concentration, and contribution. And developing a high quality sports scientists is a need of the hour to provide scientific support to the top athletes during training for the podium finish performance. If you don't have sports scientists with your national teams, that should start at the grassroots level. So one thing which I have realized is that we need to generate financial resources for infrastructure development, purchase of modern equipment, and a range of lucrative incentives for top-class talented athletes to perform well. For that, we need to formulate a long-term development program ensuring holistic development of all the sportsmen, followed by effective implementation and evaluation of your training schedules by an independent body. So this is for for that, we need to prepare any national team to be physically fit, and dynamic leaders can enlighten the coming generation to be physically fit, mentally healthy, and productive. That's why Indian sports needs to be financially self-sufficient by adopting a model of a public-private partnership. Only government of India or government of Pakistan or any nation cannot promote sports or cannot go for pursuit of excellence at on its level, because government needs public funding is a government funding that needs to be supplemented by the private funding. So this is to produce world beater for winning respectable number of medals in Olympics by setting attainable and sustainable goals. This is the best. One thing which is most important, the youth sports are considered to be the lifeline and nerve center of a nation's sporting potentials. Youth is, if youth is given what you call invented and invested, youth sports needs a lot of investment for sure returns at the global sporting competitions. At present, grassroots sports hold very high profile in the national agenda of developed nations, with a view to channelize youthful energy into constructive directions. If you will neglect your youth in schools, colleges, and universities, I hope this will be a difficult job to achieve the target. Now, the emphasis needs to be shifted from academic and recreational values of sports to professional. Previously, you might be knowing that games and sports were used as a recreational values of your development, but experts say that now you need that professional and utilitarian concept of modern sport as a life should be adopted. Sport is a complete education today, because the new national education policy has a provision for blending education with your practical experience, making it excellence in international arena. So the one other thing which is which needs our attention, the use of banned drugs in pursuit of competitive sporting excellence is on the constant rise. And this is a very, very worrisome idea for us, which has a deadly side effects on the health and performance of athletes and posing a serious threat to the Olympic sports if not checked immediately. This is one of the most important aspect by the that needs to be concentrated properly. Those sports person who test positive in the dope test at domestic as well as global sporting competition not only ruin their name, fame, reputation, and tarnish the image of their country. So that needs to be stopped, because we are killing our youth, whereas we should go for skilling of the youth, killing by the banned drugs and skilling by our coaches. So the youth needs to be protected. The paradigm shift in sports sciences has come of age and carved a niche which athletes, coaches can ignore at their own peril in the pursuit of competitive sports. Hence, contribution of sports science in successful performance indispensable. Sports scientists are equally important as coaches, trainer, and manager, whatever you like. Now, the strict anti-doping measures and steps need to be taken against the offenders to curb the use of banned drugs in sports. It is observed that athletes use doping to enhance their athletic performance through unfair means that needs to be curbed, stopped at all. So in my last few minutes, expert opinion reveals that once sporting excellence is equated with academic excellence by all the nations, it would be a milestone in the history of sports worldwide. Now, Previously, you might be knowing sports were a downgraded subject. Today, it deals with your mind, body, and spirit, your holistic development. So, expert opinion is there. They say that sporting excellence needs to be equated with academic excellence. For example, a top coach needs to be equated with the top surgeon in the country, because both of them are serving the nation. Recently, Government of India has accorded priority to competitive sports, and it may be possible to include sports in the concurrent list of Indian Constitution. Once this elevation is there, then all sportsmen, those who are doing their best services to the nation, they will be equated with other experts of life like doctors, engineers, lawyers, and other people, or you can say judiciary and legislative. So participation in sports is considered to be a transformative education, because the ideas which do not pass through our muscles are not fully purchased. It's a great education for fostering an urge among the youth, especially that education helps the youth to be self-reliant, well-disciplined, well-behaved, and well-adjusted in their fast-changing social environment. So this is, in the end, a athlete should be a socially accepted person in the society, so that he can enjoy every moment of their life fruitfully and become a role model for others. This is how a journey of a sportsman started and ends with a success. With these words, I would like to convey my grateful thanks to Professor Faisal and Professor Rajesh, Professor Lakshmi Rathod, Professor John Abraham, and all other my brothers across the border from India to Pakistan. We are grateful that you have provided a wonderful platform to be more closer to each other. Though distance is there, but determination to meet with eye-to-eye contact is more. And we would like to continue such meetings with each other. Grateful thanks to all Indians and Pakistanis and all people, those who are making this a grand success. Thank you very much, Faisal. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much to you that you are with us, and you always encourage us to do something, due to which reason we are following your path and we are working in physical education and sports sciences as well. So this is all the
any discussion or question, I would be happy to know whether I was able to deliver something or not. In case that this questioning will be making my study further more meaningful and worthwhile.
Okay, from audience, anyone want to ask anything? Reason, Sir Gurdeep want this thing that some people would like to ask questions on this research, so that they could further explore this topic as well. Yeah. So anyone, please. Dr. Hamid, Professor Vadiapalli Satya Narayana is here. He's also well-known physical education expert. So would you like to ask something, sir? From audience side, anyone? Dr. Hamid, would you like to say something? Dr. Tahir Nazir, please say something.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a wonderful presentation and information. I'm very thankful to Gurdeep Singh Sahab. They gave a very great information for Pakistan, how they make a roadmap for the Tokyo Olympic. Inshallah, we also follow their study. And we hope that we also achieve some medals in Olympic.
Yeah, you can. There's
yes,
a lot
Dr.
of
Hamid. Okay, I think no one is here. Reason the presentation is very precise, so that each and everything is clear. and you are very generous that open-heartedly to you explained each and everything, and you gave the path of success in sports especially. It's not a basically simple and common thing. It's very complex. In this world where each and everything is busy and having materialistic approach, but you gave the path of success to the young generation without any discrimination. It's not a small thing. And I really acknowledge your efforts, acknowledge your intentions as well. Reason it's a basically a generosity that you have given to all young generation, to the all peoples as well. So we should learn these things, and we should have to follow these things. Reason this is the South Asian countries whose level is not to add to the mark that it should be. If we talk about 40 or 50 years earlier, so this era or this belt having the strongest physically people in the world. But nowadays, what happened? The European and the other countries, due to science and due to deeply study of physical education and the other things, they enhance their performance so much that we are unable to now touch their level as well. So I want to share one thing. Dr. Gurdial Singh from uh, India. He is basically a gymnastic expert, and I met with him in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and he just discussed this thing that we are very much behind. Reason due to only this thing that we involved ourselves in some unnecessary things, due to which reasons these subcontinent nations have deprived of the real impacts and real you can say optimal things. They are not following on that thing. So this is a very big thing, and if we say in technology terms it's a digital divide, so we can say sports divide as well. Reason whatever the best sports and through which we can enhance the potential of our individuals and young generation as well, so they have been put it in the nation and in the society by European countries. But on the other hand, they gave us very less you can say useful or beneficial sports and games to us. Reason if we just talk about this thing, now each game having its own importance and its own theory and mechanism, but we have to follow the real sports so that we the basic purpose of Olympic and sports science is this, and physical education is this, how we can enhance the potential of any individual. So sir, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to you. So I'm going to share your certificate. It's a just small piece of token and appreciation from our side. I hope my slide is visible. I'm going to share this one. I hope my slide is visible to all of you.
Yeah, it's visible.
So this certificate is being issued to Sir Gurdeep Singh. It's a small piece of appreciation. IAPS, Pakistan Chapter and Sports Promotion Society, under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports, Incorporated, in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University Philippines, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy, and Pakistan Sports Promoter, presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gurdeep Singh for imparting his or her valuable insight and express as an expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Physical Education 2021, given the date 28th November 2021 via Zoom platform, signed by Faisal Fiaz and Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, President of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argren, President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports, and the Chairman, Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Science Chairman. So, sir, thank you very much. I'm very happy that you delivered and you shared the expertise and the whatever you have basically explored and the crunch of your life you have shared. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I pray.
So after that, now I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Tahir Nazir. He is the president of International Association of Pakistan, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Science, Pakistan chapter. He is Assistant Professor, Department of Sports Sciences and Physical Education, the University of Punjab, Pakistan. He will discuss the benefits of studying biomechanics in everyday life. So we know very well that biomechanics is basically a new subject, is a subject that how we can move at a best level, and it's all about physical movement. And I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Tahir Nazir. Sir, kindly share your screen, please.
Faisal, there is a problem. Share.
Yes, sir, no issue. I will manage the next speaker, Dr. Shunan. Dr. Shunan Pate. Ma'am, you are here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Shunan Pate, she is Assistant Professor, University of Mumbai, National Medalist in All Indian Inter-University and Federation, National of Women Artistic Gymnastic, National Level Judge, Physical Education and Sports Curriculum Expert, Training Development or Fitness Program Designer, Gymnastic Choreographer, keen interest in designing programs and research. So she will deliver her knowledge about artistic gymnastics. She is a researcher and national gymnast as well.
Thank you, sir, for your brief introduction, and a very warm welcome and a good afternoon to all the participants, the organizers, and all the esteemed speakers present here. Kindly permit me to share my screen.
Professor Faisal.
Yes.
Sir, Professor Muhammad Tahir is already proceeding and already shared his screen.
Okay, Sir Tahir, would you like
Yes.
to continue?
Yes, I want to continue my
Okay.
presentation.
Ma'am Shunan, don't mind, please.
No
So
problem,
due to some
sir.
technical issue, there are some basically we have to make the sequence. So after Dr. Tahir Nazir, there will be your turn. So be ready. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Sir Tahir, you may continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Muhammad Tahir Nazir. I'm serving in Punjab University. My topic is benefit of the knowledge of biomechanics everyday life. Ashmid is saying, give me a lever long enough and a proper strong enough, and I can single-handedly move the words. It's only due to the knowledge of the biomechanics and levers that saying is a great saying. Benefits of the knowledge of the biomechanics in everyday life. What is your motivation for studying the biomechanics? What can you gain from learning about it? How will a working knowledge of biomechanics assist you in your future activities? Will the time you spend learning about biomechanics be worthwhile? You should consider these questions before investigating a lot of time learning about the biomechanics. You are probably unable to answer these questions because most of the society members do not have enough prior knowledge of the biomechanics to know how it can benefit. This may provide you with some intrinsic motivation to get started learning about biomechanics. Introduction. When you're planning a career as a physical education teacher, coach, some other physical activity specialist, suppose a student or athlete asks you, why do I have to do this skill in this way? Traditional teaching and coaching methods tell you what technique to teach or coach, where biomechanics tell you why those techniques are better. What is biomechanics? The term biomechanics combination of the prefix of the bio, meaning life, with the field of mechanics, which is study of the action of forces, both internal muscle forces and external forces which are acting during any kind of activity, like sports or the daily life activity. In biomechanics, we are analyzing the mechanical aspects of the living organism. Biomechanics is the study of the structure and the function of biological system. Biomechanics is the study of forces and their effect on the living system. Biomechanics could include not only the study of the movement of an athlete, but also the study of the airflow in the athlete's lungs and the strength of the athlete's tissues. A broader field of the study than you may have at first thought. Biomechanics also allow physical educators to identify exercise and physical activities that contribute to physical development of the various muscle groups and fitness components. Real movement performance and the typical teaching cue are used to show how biomechanics is applied to the real world physical education. Biomechanics include the study of the living things, plants, and animals. Animal biomechanics include only the animals as subject of the study. Human biomechanics includes only humans. Sports and exercise biomechanics includes only the human involved in exercise and sports. Sports and exercise biomechanics, the study of the forces and their effect on the human living organism. These are the different areas of the biomechanics we study separately in these areas. Objective of this study, the ultimate objective of the human biomechanics is performance improvement in daily life activities, reduce the injuries during the daily routine life activities and exercise through altering technique which minimizing the bad effect on the human body. Through this knowledge, reduce the stress and financial impact on the families, prevent the injuries and speed up the recoveries. It helps improve your exercise and overall well-being. There is a case study of a tennis coach. He define the benefits of the knowledge of the biomechanics in his case study. I have had an unusual number of the injuries through my tennis career: back, knee, Achilles, shoulders. I have probably had the surgery there. It's a great, it's a regret that I did not have this information during my professional tennis careers. It would have saved me from so many injuries and extended my careers. Late in my professional career, I made the decision to change my entire technique and adopt the principle of the biomechanics to prevent the further injury so I could continue competing. This change has allowed me to stay healthy, improve my gains, and continue to play. If biomechanics continue to have great benefits for a grandfather like me, imagine the potential it has to help not only the athletes of the today, but the average persons who just want to stay active and healthy. Biomechanics in the modern days, biomechanics revealed such valuable information as the movement of the blood through the veins, the function of the valves of the heart, the growth of the various organs and the limbs, and the foundation of the aerodynamic. The most fascinating and cutting-edge application of the biomechanics is the development of the artificial or prosthetic limbs. Due to these limbs, the disabled persons participate in the Paralympics, and their records are very near to the able bodies. Prosthetics tentacles invented by the Taiwanese inventors Kai-Lin Kuo. This high-tech limb is able to curl and uncurl by the use of simple control, allowing disabled individual to easily regain the ability to hold and lift the objectives. In addition, advancement in both neurological biomechanics and the 3D printing are opening the doors for the prosthetic that actually connect into the nervous system of the users, granting them the ability to regain the complex movements of their limb. By the 3D printing new prosthetics, overhead cost, both research and the production can be kept low, allowing for more extensive distribution and study. Biomechanics is proving to be one of the most promising field of the research of the information age, and that fact is only becoming clear as other advancement in the field of imaging. 3D printing and robotic reinforce the study of the biomechanics. With the leap and bounds made in the understanding of the function of the human body in the last century, it does not seem out the question that scientists could develop nearly identical human limbs to replace the lost limbs. Or that is a very great advancement in the area of the prosthetic devices investment developments. Basic knowledge of the biomechanics for the healthy life. The most common type of the abnormal foot biomechanics is excessive pronation. It involves falling bends and bends of the feet and ankle, and average of the 70% of the people worldwide are falling with excessive pronations. Due to this, they face the painful conditions over the time. The reason so many people have flat feet is because of the flat and hard surfaces we walk on every day, and also the age and the weak ankle muscles and the body weight play a role For this reason, excessive pronation is much more prevent the adults in their 50s and over, as well as in the peoples who are overweight. However, improper foot functioning caused by the excessive pronation can lead to a variety of the problem, including the heel pain, heel spurs, metatarsalgia, even knee pain, and the lower back pains occurs those people who are falling in the excessive pronations. The main purpose of the orthotics insert in improve the foot function. In many situations, this will reduce the pain in the leg and help stop future problem and the damages. That's not a much expensive a device which can be wear in the shoes, and we can save the person from this injury. In one research, Pakistan athletes buy the used shoes from the market for training because they didn't know what is the age or what is the life of the shoes. A shoes life not more than the 5,000 kilometers. After that, the shoes life is over, and the shoes not provide the biomechanical properties that save the lower limb of the body, and they are facing the different kind of injuries, and they are not performing at the peak levels. On the working place, pupils do not sit and stand properly. Due to this, they face the extra load on their body parts, and that leave the bad effect on their body parts continuously when they are on the working places. They are standing till the hours, are sitting on their desks. They are facing the lower back pains or on the lower extremities, different disabilities or injuries. Proper posture for the weightlifting. These are the techniques. How can we lift the weights, heavy weights on their working places or in their daily lives when our household women are working at kitchen, in their homes. They try to use the proper way to how they bend and how they are lifting the weight. After all of this, I conduct this research through the Google form, and how many people have the knowledge of the biomechanics in Pakistan. Through Google form and face-to-face, I collect the data from 137 coaches of the 3 sports. More than 500 people from the general public parks, which they are daily walking, and 75 female athletes. And total sample was 712. Response rate was only 47%. We distribute or we try to contact with the people more than 1,500. The results of that information is according to that we distribute. The swimming coaches, we collect the information from the swimming coaches, from 35 coaches. Nobody have the enough knowledge of the biomechanics. Football coaches, more than 50. They also the same condition like as the swimming. Cricket coaches, we contact 52. Only the 10 coaches have the basic knowledge of the biomechanics. That was the 19%. In the general public parks, when we contact to the peoples, only the 17 peoples which have the basic knowledge of the biomechanics, or that was only the 3%. Whenever we are claiming the Pakistan literacy rate is 60%, all were literate. Female athlete at the university levels, we are in these days conducting a high-tech sports bra research, and we try to collect the information from the female athletes which were participate in the university levels sports. So nobody have the enough knowledge about the high-tech sports bra, that was a very critical conditions. That's the population of the Pakistan have not enough basic knowledge of the biomechanics. Recently, we conduct a research for the Pakistani elite swimmers, and we try, there is 3 different swimmer groups. Blue one is international athletes, and dotted lines, red dotted line is for the medalist, and black dotted line is non-medalist. Through this research, we try to find out how our coaches using the knowledge of the biomechanics when we conduct a seminar, and after the results of this research, we give the information to those coaches. They were very surprised. The pattern of the pacing executed by their elite athletes in the international swimming competition is modeled in the study and determine the progression in the performance associated with the achievable change even pacing in all sections of the stroking distance. If the Pakistani athletes also, or Pakistani coaches also give the information to their athletes, they are using the even pacing, then without any kind of extra energy or extra training, they can enhance their performance on the different strokes from 1.6 to 5% and 1.5 to 11.6% improvement in the total race time group 2 and 3. There is a large room for the improvement in their performance if only the coaches have the knowledge of how they biomechanical analysis conducting and how they use the biomechanical knowledge, and during their training they collect the data from the athletes and analyze according to the standards of the biomechanical analysis. So that was a very, very big information for them. I also present this paper in International Sports Biomechanics Conference. They also appreciate me that Pakistani swimmers can be improved if we provide the scientific knowledge to the coaches. I conclude this topic. It is the shame because a stronger focus on the biomechanics and good technique would save the pupils from a lot of pain while helping them improve their healthy lifespans. In a nutshell, with the good biomechanics knowledge, you can get faster and be stronger while reducing the injuries. I hope this lecture gives a better understanding of why knowledge of the biomechanics is so important for our daily life and for our coaches. Biomechanics, an ancient science that has only just taken concrete form within our mind, promise to bring us some of the most needed development in our times. The future of the human race relies on us coming to understand ourselves, and we can only do that through the careful study of the biomechanics of our existence. Maybe my computer is held. Thank you. Any question?
Okay, sir, thank you very much. To deliver a lecture on biomechanics, which is a very important and having significant importance in the field of physical education and sports science. So from audience side, if anyone want to ask any question, they can, you can write down your question in chat box as well. And after that, in open session, we can basically give the answer and the speaker can reply. So anyone want to ask anything or say something? And Dr. Hamid, are you here? Okay, let's proceed further. Sir, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to you. So I'm just going to share your certificate, which is just a basically small piece of token, piece of appreciation from our side. You are also basically motivator of IAPS Pakistan chapter, and you are doing a wonderful job by spreading the awareness and by improving the development and procedure of sports in Pakistan as well. So International Association of Pakistan chapter and Sports Promotion Society under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy, and Pakistan Sports Promoters, presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Muhammad Tahir Nazir for imparting his or her valuable insight and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Physical Education.
Thank you. Thank
Given
you.
that, given on 28th day of November via Zoom platform, signed by Faisal Fiaz. Next signed Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, President of IFPEFSSA. Then Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argarin, President International Association of Physical Education and Sports. And after that, the Chairman, Professor Dr. Jolson M. Santos of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Sir, thank you very much. We are really grateful that you have shared the knowledge, wisdom, your expertise, your basically crunch material of the whatever the literature you study, and after that you share your experience with our sports community as well. So again, thanks to you.
Thank you.
So after that, we are going to proceed further. Our next speaker is Dr. Shunan Pate. She is Assistant Professor, University of Mumbai, National Medalist in All Indian Inter-University and Federation Nationals of Women Artistic Gymnastics, National Level Judge, Physical Education and Sports Curriculum Expert, Training Development or Fitness Program Designer, Gymnastic Choreographer, keen interest in designing programs and research, artistic gymnastic. This is the main field of her in which she is working, and she has presented 2 or 3 research papers specifically in the field of gymnastic as well. She is also a national Indian gymnast as well. So I welcome to you, ma'am, Dr. Shunan Pate. You have to present your presentation, please. I'm going to stop my screen.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a warm introduction. And on the outset, a very good morning to all the organizers, the esteemed speakers on board, and to all the participants from Pakistan, from India, and throughout the globe. Presenting my screen in a moment. Please let me know if my screen is visible to all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Today, I'm here to speak about a little of my research findings that I found out during my PhD thesis, and it's titled as Comparative Study or Comparative Effect of Functional Training and Skill-Based Training on Overall Performance of Female Gymnasts under the guidance of Professor Vasanthi Kadiravan from the Department of Physical Education, University of Mumbai, India. The key points for this presentation is the training programs that were facilitated during the research, what is overall performance of female gymnasts, the hypothesis, the methodology used, training modules for each session, measurements and evaluation, analysis of data and its graphical presentation, findings, conclusion, and recommendations. Gymnastics is said to be the mother of all sport. We all know that gymnastics is a sport which is high at the risk of injuries, highly complex, among the most complex sports that are already being performed by athletes all over the globe. And when gymnasts are trained, they are trained in various aptitudes of sport. You call it speed, you call it power, you call it agility, and the gymnast possesses it. The fundamentals of gymnastics, when laid at a younger foundation, enable the sportsman or the athlete to take on any sport after the basic foundations are laid firm and strong through the movements of gymnastics. Also, to speak about gymnastics, it is a multidisciplinary sport. When I say gymnastics, it is an umbrella term used for the 6 disciplines that form different disciplines within the sport. You have artistic gymnastics for men and women, you have rhythmic gymnastics for women, you have trampoline, tumbling, aerobics, acrobatics, and now even parkour has been established as a discipline in the sport. Coming down to women artistic gymnastics, it has mandatory 4 events. Like we have in track and field, you have the throwing events, the jumping events, and the track events. Similarly, in gymnastics, that is women artistic gymnastics, you have 4 apparatus or 4 events that we call them. That is vaulting table, floor exercises, uneven bars, and balancing beam. Skill-based training, when I speak about skill-based training, it comes to more traditional method of training where you have repetitive practices of a particular skill until you reach perfection. Whereas functional training is a more modernized term that is used in present day, in which you train only the functions that are required to perform a particular skill. Also, the scoring in gymnastics, you have 2 different parts, you can call it, or 2 different bodies through which the scoring happens. You have the difficulty score and the execution score. I'll be coming to it in the due process of my presentation. When you say the applied training, what I said in my study, I have used 2 types of trainings. One is a functional training. The word function means to be work in a working condition or to work. Functional training is a form of training that deals with the actual working or functioning of the body, both anatomically and kinesiologically in daily living. It is a modern trend of fitness. So when I say functional training, and if I'm not able to lift a particular thing and place it where it has to be, my body is not functional. So when I speak about functional training in gymnastics, that is training the gymnast to perform the task or perform the skill in the maximum potential or maximum range of motion that is required during the performance of that particular skill. When I speak about skill-based training, now skill-based training goes a little more to the traditional side. It is that form of training that seeks to develop only that group of muscles that are required for a particular skill, event, or a sport. It is more traditional method of training and is more specific in nature. It is more skill and performance oriented. So if I say I want to train my athlete to run, so I am going to teach him only to run. That means I'll be developing only those muscles or those required group of muscles that are required to run. So skill-based training is more related to my performance. It is more end-to-end connected. Whereas functional training, on the other hand, seeks to develop those group of muscles along with the allied muscles that you call it the global and the local muscles, which enable the gymnast to have an efficient body to move optimally in any given circumstance. When I say about overall performance, so overall performance for gymnastics is basically performance on all the 4 events. That is a performance of a routine. Now, when I say a routine in gymnastics, it doesn't mean that you perform something today and you perform something else tomorrow. It is a routine of 8 skills, 8 to 12 skills maximum, which an athlete performs or a gymnast performs on regular basis on 3 of the events. That is the floor exercise, the balancing beam, and the uneven bars. Whereas for vaulting table, there is 1 single skill that is performed within a time span of 30 seconds. Now, these routines are preset according to the requirements set by the Federation International Gymnastics. They are called the EGRs, or the requirements, the technical requirements, during which the gymnast performs a number of skills on that particular event, of which 8 skills of highest difficulty are counted for their performance scoring. And the following parameters that were laid, because they were the dominant sports or motor fitness abilities that were dominant for that particular event. So when you look at vaulting tables, you can definitely say power and speed are dominant there. Uneven bars, you have arm strength and swinging movements. Balancing beam is balance and coordination. Floor exercise is power, speed, and elegance. When you look at women artistic gymnastics as a whole, you find it more feminist with a graceful touch, which makes it more attractive and eye-catchy. The objectives of the study here were to find out the effect of functional training on overall performance of female gymnasts. Also, to find the effect of skill-based training on overall performance of female gymnasts. And lastly, to compare which of these trainings, that is the skill-based training or the functional training, proved to be more efficient in improving the overall performance of female gymnasts. Now, we may be wondering why this topic. When we look at gymnasts, we realize that not one particular or not a pure form of training is efficient to train a gymnast. And when you see, there are a number of trainings that are used right from the ancient techniques till the modern day, till present time. So I have tried to make a comparison which of these two trainings are most closely related to getting the gymnast to perform optimally at her peak performance. Based on the objectives and the reason behind choosing this topic, there were 3 problems that were identified. It was hypothesized that there will be a significant improvement in overall performance of female gymnasts due to functional training. It was hypothesized also that there will be a significant improvement overall performance of female gymnasts due to skill-based training. And it was hypothesized that the skill-based training will have a better effect on overall performance of female gymnasts than functional training. The methodology used here for the selection of subjects, out of 75 gymnasts from Mumbai district and Pune district, which are the sub-districts of the state of Maharashtra in India, 30 female gymnasts were purposefully selected as subjects from the age group 11 to 16 years. Now, these 30 gymnasts were divided into 2 groups of 15 each from the respective districts, that is 15 from Mumbai district and 15 from the Pune district. And these subjects belonged to the sub-elite or the elite level, that is the sub-junior and the junior group, which belonged to the pre-competition and the competition phase. The dependent variables here was the overall performance on all the 4 apparatus, and the independent variables were the skill-based training and the functional training. The duration of the design was given for 16 weeks, 5 days a week for 90 minutes during the evening session. The gymnast was specially advised and oriented to perform the training designed by the experimenter. Also, the design of the study was a pre and post-test format. The pre-test was conducted, followed by the treatment phase and then the post-test. The 15 gymnasts from Mumbai city were administered with functional training, while 15 gymnasts from Pune district were administered with skill-based training. All the subjects were prior oriented, and the functions and the aims, the purpose of the study was made known to them. The study was conducted in full cooperation with the coaches and the allied team members. The training module for each session for 90 minutes was further bifurcated in the warm-up phase, which was for 20 minutes. It included the active and the passive warm-up, followed by 15 minutes of flexibility training, 45 minutes of the treatment phase, and 10 minutes of cool down. These are a few glimpses of the skills that were required to be practiced by the gymnast during the skill-based training, which was conducted in Pune district. We had the glide kip on uneven bars, cast to handstand, the layout dismounts on uneven bars and floor exercises. You had the front walkover and balancing beam and floor exercises, split leap, flick flags on floor exercise. You also had the front somersault on floor exercise and a balancing Whereas for functional training, these are glimpses of the training that was induced to these young gymnasts. As we can see, the functional training is given on all the apparatus respectively. The measurement and evaluation. The criteria used for evaluation was selected from the Women Artistic Code of Points for the year 2017 to 2020. The difficulty score. Now, difficulty score is calculated by what the gymnast does. When you look at the code of points, each skill is divided into different class or gradings that we call them, from grade A to grade H. And depending on the difficulty, the scores of each scale is decided by the Federation of International Gymnastics. And the E score, that is execution score, as how it is performed, is the negative marking given to the gymnast, which applies to her routine as she performs for the imperfections in her skill performance. Also, the scoring was undertaken by the licensed and the sanctioned FIG licensed coaches and judges who are internationally active at various competitions. Also, as we see, the higher the score, the better the performance. So that is how gymnastics routines are usually scored. With the higher performance, the greater is your efficiency. The statistical analysis for the study. The obtained data was analyzed using a paired t-test for within the group, as we had two groups. So each group was administered with a pre and post test, and hence the paired t-test was used. For between the groups, to compare the scores between the two groups, an unpaired t-test was also applied. For the overall results, ANCOVA was applied to the procured data. Now, as we can see graphically here, when we have the mean plot for this performance of functional training, here this post-test data is high and the pre-test data is low. That means the hypothesis here was accepted, whereas there was an improvement in the performance of these gymnasts because of the treatment that was given to them. Also, when we see to the next graph here, even skill-based performance had a very good and significant improvement in the post-test compared to the pre-test, and hence this hypothesis was also accepted. Lastly, when we see to the mean plot of the overall performance or the comparison between the two groups, this was rejected because functional training proved to be stronger and showed significant development in the performance of female gymnasts as compared to skill-based training. As we see, when it was hypothesized in the earlier that skill-based training would have a better would enhance performance of female gymnasts compared to functional training, the hypothesis was laid to rejection because functional training proved better than the skill-based training. Also, after applying the variance test for comparison, it was also showed that there was a significant difference between functional training and skill-based training, proving that functional training was having a better competency than skill-based training. All the tests, all the statistical analysis were conducted at the 0.5 significant level. Findings and discussions. The effect of skill-based training for overall performance of female gymnasts. In the study, 15 gymnasts from Pune district were exposed to functional training, skill-based training, which proved to be efficient and effective. Thus, the hypothesis that there will be a significant improvement in overall performance of female gymnasts due to functional training has been accepted. The second hypothesis here, which stated that there would be a significant improvement in overall performance of female gymnasts due to skill-based training, is also accepted because the gymnasts that were under the treatment of functional training in Mumbai district also showed a significant improvement in their performances due to the administration of functional training. Lastly, the third hypothesis, which stated that the skill-based training will have better effects over overall performance of female gymnasts than functional training, was rejected because functional training, in comparisons between the two trainings, functional training has proved to be a better source for training gymnasts than skill-based training, which is more traditional and more ancient. Therefore, the third hypothesis was rejected, and functional training has proved to overpower skill-based training in performance efficiency. Conclusions here. Functional training provided significant improvement in overall performance of female gymnasts. Skill-based training too provided an improvement for overall performance of female gymnasts. Functional training showed greater efficiency in overall performance of female gymnasts than skill-based conditioning training. Recommendations. These studies can also be done using different forms of training patterns. They can be done on elite players as well, on senior players too. It can be done in combination with male athletes, with male gymnasts. It can be done for any other professionals. It can be done by coaches and may be designed for other sports as well. The study can be done for a longer duration. Mine was only for 16 weeks, that is 4 months. And here are some references that I have used for my study. Thank you for your patient listening.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. So from audience side, if anyone want to ask something, you may ask any question related to this presentation from Dr. Shunan Patre. You can write down your question in chat box as well. So anyone who want to ask any question? Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. It's a wonderful presentation, and each and everyone have learned a lot about your research findings. And obviously, gymnastics is the main sports and it cannot be neglected. And if you want to improve and enhance the level of sports science and physical education, so gymnastics is the main thing. So really grateful to you. It's a wonderful presentation. So this appreciation certificate is being awarded to you. I hope that you will accept it and acknowledge it as well. So this certificate is awarded to you, International Association of Physical Education Pakistan Chapter and Sports Promotion Society, under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy, and Pakistan Sports Promoter presents this certificate of appreciation, Dr. Shunan Patre, for imparting his or her valuable insight and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Physical Education 2021 on the day of 28 November 2021 via Zoom platform, signed by Faisal Fiaz, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, President, International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Professor Dr. Jesus D. Argrin, President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, Professor Dr. Jolson M. Santos, the Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Thank you very much, ma'am, and we are very happy to see you here, and your research finding and your knowledge that you have shared, it's really valuable and wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for having me here.
Thank you. So now I'm going to invite the next speaker. So next speaker is Dr. George Abraham. He's a research scholar and physical education and fitness expert. He's also principal of YMCA College of Physical Education. He is a basically expert of physical fitness. He will share his knowledge about physical fitness, and his presentation, it's about physical fitness as well. So Sir Dr. George Abraham, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sir, thank you very much. First of all, greeting, and I welcome to you in this conference, and I'm very happy that you joined this and you are here to deliver your insights, your research finding, your feedback, your knowledge, wisdom, and each and everything that you are going to share with the sports community. It's really awesome, and I hope that you are always basically helpful for all the peoples who belong from this sports community. I always have seen this thing that you are a very active person in physical education and sports sciences while conducting different webinars and the other forums as well. So thank you very much from my side. So kindly share your screen. Thank you very much, sir. Happy to see you here.
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Sir, it's visible. Yes, sir, it's visible.
Good morning, good afternoon, respected Chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Professor Jolson M. Santos, President IPS Jesus D. Agre, the organizing, the coordinator of this international program, Professor Faisal Fayaz, my good friend, and the chairperson of IPS of Pakistan, and Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Dr. Gurdeep Singh, resource speakers, learned members, delegates, and research scholars. Good morning, or we can say good afternoon to everyone. It's a privilege and honor for me to be a part of this esteemed international conference organized by IPS Pakistan chapter. On the outset, I convey my sincere gratitude to the organizers, especially the chairman of IPS, Professor Javelson Santos, and the coordinator of this program, Professor Faisal Fayaz, for giving this opportunity to address you during this international conference. And I would like to appreciate the entire team of this organizing committee of international conference for your great effort and tireless work to make this program in action. We know very well, during this present situation, we cannot avoid COVID-19. When we are organizing any program, we have to follow the protocol of COVID-19 as directed by WHO as well as central government of all the nations. I would like to share a little bit about stress, especially distress, negative stress. How the stress will affect our body when you are facing our life problems and life situations. Even we had vaccination, nobody knows what will happen tomorrow because of this pandemic situation, because of COVID-19. Recently, they found out new types of viruses. So only guesswork is going on. We are in dilemma. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Nobody knows what will happen tomorrow. One thing is real, physical activity is indispensable in our life. According to Indian National Crime Records Bureau is concerned, 30% of suicide rate is increased in 2021 when compared to 2019. Because of many reasons. One reason is stress, distress. I hope you will agree with me. So let us discuss a little bit about stress. Since we are running behind time, I'm not going to explain one by one. I will take, Chairman, how much time could I have? 20 minutes? Okay, I will take maximum 20 minutes. Okay, so you know very well about the definition, so I'm not going to explain definitions of stress. Actually, stress is a normal reaction the body has when changes occur. It can respond to these changes physically, mentally, and or emotionally. It's a body's reaction to any changes that records an adjustment or responses. Without little bit stress, we cannot fulfill anything in our life. I have a little stress right now, then only I could complete this session. That is positive stress. The body reacts to these changes with the physical, mental, and emotional responses. It's a normal part of our life. We can express stress for your environment, your body, and even your thoughts. Even positive life changes such as promotion, mortgage, or any other job, new job. You heard about the opportunity of new job or any other achievements produce a stress that is called a positive stress. So as you can see the medical definition also. As I told you, two stress is there. I'm going to discuss with you about distress, that is negative stress. As we all know, this distress exists where there is a perceived imbalance between demand and our ability to meet these demands. So events that disrupt our life and require some form of actions to solve. When we discuss what is the real cause of this stress, negative stress, I told you now. See, many reasons are there. Many reasons are there. Because of this COVID-19, there are so many reasons are there. Job problem, money problem, stress we are getting from colleagues, from boss, from parents, from children, from subordinates, and we can say even from our siblings. Stress generally refers to two things. One, I clearly mentioned, psychological perception or pressure. On the one hand, and one body's response to it. On the other hand, which involve to multiple systems, from metabolism to muscles to memory. A stressful event, whether an external phenomenon like losing one job, when the boss allows, triggers a scare of hormones, including adrenaline and cortisol. That's the two hormones in our body that surge through the entire body. The hormone increases heartbeat and circulation of blood to support quick action and mobilize fat and sugar for immediate energy. Focus attention to track the danger, prepare muscle for movement and even move. Some stress is necessary for all living systems. The presence of danger sets off an automatic response system known as the fight to flight responses. As we all know, prolonged or repeated arousal of the stress response, the characteristic of modern life, can have harmful physical and psychological consequences, including heart disease, diabetes, anxiety, depression, etc. So I will share a little bit about how stress affects on body. Our body is very well equipped to handle stress in small doses. But when the stress becomes long-term or chronic, it can have serious effect on our body. See, we can discuss a little bit about how it affects on our musculoskeletal system. When the body is stressed, muscle tense up, as we all know. Muscle tension is almost reflects a reaction to stress. The body's way to guarding against injury or pain. When muscles are taut and tense for a longer period of time, this may trigger other reactions of the body and even promote stress-related disorder. For instance, both tension type headache and migraine headache are associated with chronic tension in the area of shoulder, we can say neck or head. Musculoskeletal pain in the low back and upper extremities has also been linked to stress, especially we can say job stress. Relaxation technique and other stress relieving activities and therapies have been shown to effectively reduce muscle tension and decrease the incidence of certain stress-related disorders, such as I told you, headache, and increase the sense of well-being. When we discuss about respiratory system, this is also important for us. Usually it affects the coronavirus directly affects our respiratory system. The respiratory system supplies oxygen to cells and remove carbon dioxide waste from the body, as we all know. Air comes into the nose and goes through the larynx in the throat, down through the trachea and into the lungs throughout the bronchi. The bronchioles tends transfer oxygen to red vessels in circulation. Stress, what I'm trying to say is stress and strong emotions can present with respiratory systems, such as shortness of breath and rapid breathing, as the airway between the nose and the lungs constricts. Breathing problem of people with the pre-existing respiratory diseases, such as asthma, or we can say wheezing or chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, like it includes the chronic bronchitis also. We can remove, we can relax it, work with the psychologist to develop relaxation, breathing and yoga. Any type of breathing exercise will help to reduce it. And other cognitive behavior strategies can help to remove from this. Then when we discuss the cardiovascular system, the heart and blood vessels comprises the two elements of the cardiovascular system that work together in providing nutrient and nourishing the oxygen to the organs of the body. The activity of these two elements is also coordinated in the body response to stress. In addition, the blood vessels that direct blood to the large muscles and the heart dilate, thereby increasing the amount of blood pumped to this part of the body and we can say elevating blood pressure. This is also known as the fight and flight response, as you said earlier. Once the acute stress episode has passed, the body returns to its normal state. My dear friends, the long-term ongoing stress can increase the risk of hypertension, heart attack, or stroke, we can say. Repeated acute stress and persistent chronic stress may also contribute to inflammation in the circulatory system, particularly in the coronary arteries, and this is one pathway we can say of through the tie stress to heart attack. The risk of heart attack associated with stress appears in different for women, depending on whether the woman is pre or post menopausal. So this also affects cardiorespiratory system. Then when we discuss about the endocrine system, that is also important for us. Endocrine system. This is most important than other parts of our system as body. When someone perceives a situation to be challenging or threatening or uncontrollable, the brain intimates a cascade of events involving the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, as we all know, HPA axis, which is a primary driver to the endocrine stress responses. This ultimately results in an increase in the production of steroid hormones called glucocorticoids, which includes cortisol, often refers to as a stress hormone. So when we discuss about it, you will get a clear picture about, after discussing about HPA axis, you will get a clear picture how it affects on endocrine system. I clearly mentioned here hypothalamus pituitary adrenal gland system. During times of stress, the hypothalamus is a collection of nuclei. I no need to read. I clearly mentioned here. Cortisol increases the level of energy fuel available by mobilizing glucose and fatty acids from the liver. During a stressful event, when you're facing a stressful situation in our life, an increase in cortisol can provide the energy required to deal with prolonged or extreme challenges. So usually we are saying the cortisol is stress hormone. Then when we discuss of the gastrointestinal system, that's also very important. The gut has hundreds of millions of neurons, which can be functions fairly independent and are in contrast communication with the brain, explaining the ability to feel, we can say, butterflies in the stomach. Stress can affect this brain-gut communication and may trigger pain, bloating, and other gut discomfort to be felt more easily.
So, George,
early life stress can change the development of the nervous system, as well as how to body react to stress.
Sir George, your screen is not visible. Kindly reshare it again. It's not visible.
Pardon?
Kindly reshare your screen again. Screen is not visible.
Okay. I don't know what happened. It is visible?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible. Please.
Thank you. I don't know what happened. Yeah. Yes. So when we discuss, these are three parts are there. As you know very well, gastrointestinal system, esophagus, stomach, and bowel. So it will affect, especially esophagus. When stressed, when you are faced in stress situation, individuals may eat much less than usual. More or different food or an increase in the use of alcohol or tobacco can result in heartburn or acid reflux. In stomach, stress may make pain, bloating, nausea, sometimes dizziness, and other stomach discomfort felt more easily. Vomiting may occur if the stress is severe enough. Furthermore, stress may cause an unnecessary increase or decrease in appetite. Unhealthy diets may we can say deteriorate one's mood also, even mood. So bowel, or you can say intestine, stress can also make pain, bloating, and discomfort felt more easily in the bowels. It can affect how quick food moves through the body, which causes either a diarrhea or a constipation. Further stress can induce muscle spasm in the bubbles, which can be very, very painful. Stress especially affects people with the chronic bowel disorder, such as we can say inflammatory bowel diseases or irritable bowel syndrome. So stress affects our gastrointestinal system also. When we discuss about nervous system, it's also important. The nervous system has several divisions. I'm not going to explain. We know very well about ANS, PNS. See, the ANS response is fairly sudden in order to prepare a body to respond to an emergent situation or acute stress. Short-term stress, especially. Once the crisis is over, the body usually returns to the pre-emergency or unstressed state or come to normal. Chronic stress, experiencing stress over a prolonged period of time can result in long-term drain on the body. It is, be careful about all these things. As the automatic nervous system continue to trigger physical reactions, it causes wear and tear on the body. Then moreover, it affects our reproductive systems too. Please do remember, my dear friends, when we discuss about male reproductive system, it will affect our sexual desire and reproduction. The male reproductive system is influenced by the nervous system. We know the parasympathetic part of the nervous system causes relaxation, whereas the sympathetic part causes arousal. The male anatomy, the automatic nervous system is also as the fight or flight responses. Produce testosterone, you know very well, and activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which creates arousal. Stress causes the body to release the hormone cortisol, which is produced by the adrenal gland, which is located above two kidneys, as we all know. Cortisol is important to blood pressure regulation and the normal functions of several body systems. We can say including cardiovascular, respiratory, and male even reproduction. Excess amount of cortisol can affect the normal, we can say biochemical functioning of the male reproductive system. It will affect the sexual desire also. Chronic stress, ongoing stress over an extended period of time can affect the testosterone production, which is resulting in a decline of sex drive or libido, we can say. Medical people knows very well about all this. And it can even cause erectile dysfunction or impotence. So it's very careful. If you have a chronic stress, you have to consult a psychologist or medical practitioner to solve these issues. Otherwise, it will be a big problem in your life. Then when we discuss about the female reproduction, it's also very important. Especially during menstruation time, stress may affect menstruation among adolescent girls and women in several ways. For example, high level of stress may be associated with absence of or irregular menstrual cycle, more painful periods, and changes in the length of cycle. Then sex desire also. When we discuss about women, stress dysfunction, fatigue, etc., may reduce sexual desire, especially when women are simultaneously caring for young children and other ill family members, coping with the chronic medical problems, feeling depressed, experience relationship difficulties, or abuse, dealing with workplace, etc. So chance is more to get stress compared with men. So it will affect pregnancy too. Stress can have significant impact on women's reproductive plan. Stress can negatively, we can say, impact a woman's ability to conceive, the health of her pregnancy, and her, we can say, a postpartum adjustment. During menopause time, as menopause approaches, hormone level fluctuate rapidly, especially after 50, we can say 55 is the almost correct age, I think, for menopause. These changes are associated with anxiety, mood swing, and feelings of distress. Thus, menopause can be stressor in and to itself. So, different ways distress affect on our body. You know very well during this pandemic situation, as I told you, we are getting stress from different angles. From our job, because of a job, because of money, lack of money, and getting stress from different people. As I told you earlier, from boss, from siblings, from colleagues, from family members, from relatives, from society. So we don't know how to tackle that. Many people, especially teenage people, don't know how to adjust with the situation. They don't know how to tackle the situation. They don't know how to overcome the situation. That's why the distress leads to, we can say, disappointment, and disappointment may lead to depression. Depression may lead to suicide. So many people, I have a statistic with me from India. The thousands of students commit suicide between the age group 10 and 18, especially between the December of 2019 and December of 2020. Because of stress, they don't have emotional qualities. My dear friends, what I am trying to share with you is very simple. Physical fitness is indispensable from our life. You have to start physical activities. That is what ACSM, American College of Sports Medicine, clearly said. Exercise is a medicine. You can have all the type of emotional qualities like emotional stress, emotional agility, emotional mobility, emotional balance, even emotional intelligence through physical activities, through competitive activities, through physical movements, through physical fitness. We can say from total fitness, not only physical, emotional, social, psychological, we can say even from spiritual fitness. So physical fitness is very important to survive in the present world. So we have to manage our distress. I'm focusing only stress. So my dear friends, yeah, we have to manage it. We are the responsible for our problems. We cannot blame any society, any siblings or parents or children. We have to manage it. How we can manage it? Very simple. If you want to relax your mind, body should be relaxed. How we can relax our body? Very simple, physical activities. You have to spend 30 minutes every day. WHO is clearly said, without immunity, we cannot survive in this pandemic world. How we can improve our immunity? It's very simple. Through total fitness, we can improve our immunity. Total fitness and diet is very important to survive in this present world. So I'm concluding, my dear friends. If you want to survive in this present world, you have to keep away from distress. Otherwise, you have to have the quality to overcome the stress. So you have to start some physical activity. You have to spend 30 minutes a day for physical activity to control your stress and play with your family members, play with your children, play with your parents, play with your grandparents, definitely you can relax your stress. Thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you very much, Dr. George Abraham. It's really awesome presentation. From audience side, if anyone want to ask anything from Dr. George Abraham, you may write down in chat box and you may ask clearly. And Dr. Gurdeep Singh want to ask a question. So Dr. Gurdeep Singh, you may ask, please.
Sir, please
Gurdeep Singh,
unmute
your mic is
yourself.
off. Kindly unmute yourself, please.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are now audible.
Okay, Professor John Abraham is a great teacher, no doubt. But he has a poor student in the audience like me, who needs his help how to manage stress. When I was a player, then there was one word, will to fight, to play well. Okay. But in this Olympics 2021 in Tokyo, there was a will to win. The degree of difficulty has been increased. How, Professor Jahan, you will help in my education, because I'm dealing with the international program, stress management of the youth. So from will to fight, okay, winning, losing is a part of that. Okay. Now, 2021 Olympic without spectators, no motivation around. Will to win, there is no either way. Go straight to the podium. How, sir, you will help me to manage stress so that youth worldwide can perform well. No other better teacher I could find today. So please help me. How?
Okay, sir. Thank you for your, we can say, addition.
Yeah.
Sir, I cannot express through words, because if you are inviting over there, definitely, if you are getting one chance to meet your athletes,
okay,
I can give some motivation.
Okay.
So simple. The matter is very simple. As our Dr. Virendra said, self-talk play a major role to improve our motivation, we can say, to improve ourselves. Self-talks play a major role.
Okay.
Don't worry about the spectators. If you are capable to manage situation, definitely we can control all the situations. This is what I learned from my own experience.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope this will help me, because we are collectively working at the world level. Youth is at the center stage. They are feeling stressed. Previously, less demand was there. You play well, okay, enough, without any outcome. But today you are supposed to win at any cost. That has increased the stress. The self-talk will help us. So that I thank you very much, Professor John. Right. You made my day. Thank you.
Okay, really grateful to you, Dr. George Abraham and Dr. Gurdeep Singh. Dr. George Abraham, you basically delivered a wonderful presentation, and your insight, your experiences that you have shared, it's really awesome. So we are just presenting a piece of appreciation and a token of appreciation for you. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Science Pakistan Chapter and Sports Promotion Society under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy, and Pakistan Sports Promoter presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. George Abraham for imparting his or her valuable insight and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Physical Education 2021 on the day of 28 November 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed by Faisal Fayaz and Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, President of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Sciences, Professor Dr. Jesus Diargrin, President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, and the last one but not least, the Chairman, Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Sciences. So we are really grateful to you that you delivered a wonderful presentation and share your basically knowledge and your very valuable information to the audience. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Fayaz, for you have given this opportunity and your appreciation for this certificate. Thank you.
Sir, attitude towards direction. Attitude determines direction. So it means the mentor are those person who spent their life while exploring different knowledgeable things and explore different valuable inputs and outcomes, just like you people. So you have spent your life while exploring and innovating and inventing different unhidden things, hidden things as well, due to which reason the potential of humans are being improved and enhanced as well. So physical education is the basically backbone of all the knowledges as well. Reason it directly relate to human beings. It's for human beings' life as well. So thank you very much, sir. Again, I'm really grateful and really honored to see you here. Thank you very much, sir. So after that, we have next speaker, Dr. Hamid Abdul Sadaq Khadim, doctorate degree, PhD, sports science, sports medicine, sports injury and corrective exercise, University Al Qadisiyah College of Physical Education, Diwania, Iraq. So he will deliver lecture on ACL rehabilitation protocol. He is a basically expert of sports injury. So he will share what are the wisdom and what are the basically knowledge and the things through which we can basically overcome the chances of injuries as well, or in which way we can protect ourselves as well. So I am going to invite Dr. Hamid Abdul Sadaq Khadim. Sir, are you here? Dr. Hamid? Dr. Hamid, are you here? Okay, in the meantime, he will join due to some technical issue. Maybe he is facing problem. So I'm going to deliver a presentation on role and importance of gymnastics in physical education. My screen is visible. So role and importance of gymnastics in physical education. This is very important thing. We know very well that physical education syllabus and its curriculum, it's totally related to about rules, regulation of sports and the other games, as well as it's related to about in this way that how we can improve ourselves and what are the educational gymnastics role in physical education. So these are the main points on which we will discuss. What is physical education? What is gymnastics? What is educational gymnastics? Why gymnastics is necessary? What is the relationship of physical education and gymnastics? So if we just look at the definition of physical education, it's just the sum of those experiences which comes to individual through movements. So it's about this thing that if we move So just like this, if a 2 or 3 or 4-year child is moving, so in this way, he is progressively trying to walk and trying to learn how to walk. So it means that physical education is all about this thing, that in which way we are moving, and it's all about the movement of human body. Definition 2, physical education is the sum of man's physical activities selected to a kind and conducted as to outcomes. So obviously it's related to about this thing, that how the human body is moving and how we can improve its performance and its outcome as well. So in athletics, in other sports, we have seen this thing, that a long jump and a high jump, and with different parameters and rules regulation, we come to know that who is the best one, sports person or athlete one. So this one is the very important thing, and it's all about physical education and its related thing. Dr. Hamid, are you here? So in the meantime, I will finish and Dr. Hamid will resolve his problem as well. So definition 3, it's about physical education is the physical education is that phase of whole field of education that deals with big muscle activities. So it's all about this thing, whole field of education that deals with big muscle activities, like in which way your physics of body and physical movement and its biomechanics, its internal mechanism of the other things, we are working on it. So due to shortage of time, I'm going to close my presentation, and we are going to close the session. So for this reason, we are going to invite our concluding speaker.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Hamid, are you here?
Yes, I am here. I am waiting because you don't open microphone, sir.
From our side, there is nothing. I was waiting so that I started a presentation so that you could resolve your problem. So if you are here, so you may continue you may share your screen and proceed further, please.
I say you share my PowerPoint. I sent you share. Sir, any question? I am ready to any question.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. I'm going to share your screen. Just wait.
Okay, sir.
Do you have your presentation? You may share it by yourself as well.
No, I sent to you because the internet very weak.
Okay, just give me 1 minute, please.
Okay, sir. Good morning, everyone. Good morning,
so
all.
You may continue and you can explain in this. In the meantime, I will download your presentation. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all teaching staff in this conference. Good morning, all colleagues. I wish to this conference all the best. Best regard to all teaching staff from India, from Philippines, from Thailand, from Pakistan, all participation. My PowerPoint about protocol rehabilitation, ACL. You find a lot of protocol for rehabilitation, ACL. This injury to a lot of women athletes to have this injury, and this injury to in article knee. This a lot of article to publish about this subject and to explain how to rehabilitation about ACL. And you find a lot of program for rehabilitation. First time you can to rehabilitation by equipment physiotherapy. Second time you can to make rehabilitation by water exercise. Third time you can to make rehabilitation by corrective exercise, and some exercise and the special exercise for rehabilitation ACL, but better for rehabilitation ACL exercise water. This development exercise in the world, and now to show a lot of rehabilitation by using kinesiotherapy. This kinesiotherapy can't use outside body. This to make activity muscle and to less pain in the joint ACL. And you can to make and to advise athletes to can come back and to return to play for game if to give him and to apply good rehabilitation for ACL, you can to make this to make rehabilitation, good rehabilitation for athletes. And to show in my PowerPoint a lot of I selected one program for rehabilitation ACL. You can to show you can to offer my PPT to explain to all participation about this subject. Any question, I am ready to answer any question if you need to ask me.
Okay, Dr. Hamid, your presentation is ready. So this one is your presentation?
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to play. So I hope it's visible to all the audience and all the speakers as well. So I'm going to play.
Thank you so much. Many thanks. But this is a problem for technique. To show now in this slide 6 steps for rehabilitation, but on this PowerPoint to discuss returning to play in the game. Second. Next.
Recommendations for Sports Participation 2004 Joanna Kabis Division of Physical Therapy. Department of Health and Society, Faculty of Health Science, Linköping University, Linköping. Sweden 2.3 When to return to light and contact sports activities in some studies more strict criteria of muscle strength, isokinetic muscle testing, and performance, one-leg jump for distance test. Or set the reliability of these tests as good. Test-retest intra-class correlation coefficient evaluation of muscle strength and performance quadriceps, hamstring muscles one-leg jump test 4. Rehabilitation must have been completed according distance as included in the international need.
Dr. Hamid, you may explain it by yourself. There is some problem in voice.
Okay, maybe to go to another slide, share to another slide, next slide, to show how can to make protocol for rehabilitation ICL. It have a lot of exercise to rehabilitation. Next, sir. Next, sir. This program for exercise to return a player to game very fast and to make muscle and join very activity and don't have any side effect for rehabilitation. If your rehabilitation correct, you can to get good result. If your rehabilitation by therapist don't come to make correct rehabilitation and not good exercise, maybe to come back injury to this athlete, and athlete he will suffer and don't come back to come back for game and to get good result and to have a lot of problem in this situation. Maybe to take care about program of rehabilitation and to organization how much period of rehabilitation 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 1 month, maybe to check how much athletes you can to make program and you can to compare between exercise and the pain. If you athletes he have pain, maybe to take care about pain. If you athletics to have pain and to show in very little this injury to have in children. This injury you can in this slide in a lot of article to say it, that injury in children very less, but in women very high, and you can to make good program for rehabilitation in exercise water and to use Kinesiotip. This Kinesiotip, this discovered in Japan 1988, and this to use for rehabilitation. Now a lot of doctor after to make surgery to send athletes to send athletes to therapist for to take a treatment and to help athletes for comeback, for returning to athletes.
During maturation and throughout the onset of puberty. Rehabilitation strategies that lure adult patients on hormones. These strategies must include tensor and exercise included strength training. Closely resemble those used when appropriate. Due to the increase in androgenic, rehabilitation must be individualized child's physiological and psychological maturity to achieve successful neuro and outcomes. Rehabilitation must be thorough and individualized to the child's physiological and psychological maturity to achieve successful outcomes. Emphasize exercises that facilitate dynamic.
this program on some exercise to build strength for join ICL, and to show this to use ball for some exercise for rehabilitation ICL, and to show a lot of and big jump for rehabilitation ICL. A lot of program you can to make it for athletes, but how can to select this good program and this bad program? You can to use this to select it by how can to limited ban. If you don't have ban, you can to make it good. This program is suitable for athletes. If you have ban, athletes maybe to change program for rehabilitation, maybe to take care, and because maybe athletes to pass from this period for rehabilitation to come back for return period of return play, and to join maybe become good activity, and you can this join to come back to normal activity or near normal activity. Okay, this depended on how can to apply program rehabilitation for athletes. A lot now this new program for rehabilitation, and now 3 in this PowerPoint, 3 program for rehabilitation, different program from athletes, but maybe to take care for about how can to rehabilitation, how can to return play to game, how can to make good exercise, and how can to quality of exercise he can this athlete you can make this exercise or no, or the if you don't can maybe to change this corrective exercise for rehabilitation, and to benefit from a lot of equipment of physiotherapy and some tool for rehabilitation to show in this exercise rule tool or boy all ball or some tool for rehabilitation. This a lot of tools to help to reach athletes for period to come back to return to play, and maybe to show the program of rehabilitation good or not good. You have side effect in athletics or not, don't have side effect. If you have if you athletes suffer from this program, maybe to change this program, another program, maybe to change this exercise, maybe to change tool, maybe to change some exercise for water, maybe to change for easy exercise without pain, because a lot of athletes and therapists don't take care about type of exercise for rehabilitation, maybe to select the type of and suit exercise for rehabilitation.
Rotate out to the side and bring the leg down. Repeat on the opposite side. Start lying face down, arms out the side so that you form a T. Lift one leg and cross it over the body to the opposite side. Bring the leg back to the starting position and repeat on the opposite side. Reach down to the ground. Down to the plank position. Make sure to keep legs and elbows straight and do not let the back back. Start in the push-up position. Weight should be placed on the hands and toes. Begin by flexing the hip and the knee so that the knee is approximately in line with the hip. Reverse the position by extending the bent hip and knee and flexing the opposite hip and knee. Walking lunge with rotation lunge forward and drop the hip straight down to the ground, bending both the front and back knee. With your arms straight out, rotate your trunk and head to the right and return to starting position. Then rotate to the left. Do not let your front knee buckle inward or move past your toes. Single leg squat starting in a single leg stance. Maintain a tight core and drop hips straight down. Make sure knee does not move past your toes and that it does not buckle inward. Forward step down, standing on a step, 4 inches, 6 inches, or 8 place your hands on your hips. Step forward and on your heel, gently tap the floor. Then straighten your single leg. On your stomach, come up to your elbows. Lift your hips off the floor and draw your belly button into a tight core. Your body should form a straight line. Back should not arch and hips should not sag. Single leg glute bridge. Lying on your back. Bend your knees, making sure to keep them level. Straighten out one knee and push off your heel. Lifting your hips off the floor. Return to starting position. Perform on opposite leg. Vector touch. Balance on one leg with your knees slightly bent. With your opposite leg, reach out in front. Out to the side, back on the ankle and cross behind the leg. Hold each position for 3 seconds. Maintain level hips, flat back, head and chest up. For the function, modify. Advanced. Start in a traditional side plank position. Come up onto your elbow and lift your top leg. Hips should remain level and chest up. Running. 3-step deceleration starting at 1 cone, sprint forward. As you begin to approach the second cone, use a quick 3-step to decelerate. Continue this for 1 minute. Do not let the knees go past the toes or let the knees buckle inward. 6 cones total. Plan, jog 5 steps forward, then plan to go right and change direction to the left and accelerate. Continue another 57 steps, 8,090% speed, before decelerating and landing on the left foot and changing direction to the right for a total of 6 times. Perform the exercise twice. Bounding run takes 68 bounding steps with a high knee and jaw. With each bound, try to lift the knee as high as possible and swing opposite arm across the body. Do not let knee buckle inward. And maintain an upright
20 Okay, Dr. Hamid, thank you very much. So I'm just going to share your certificate. I'm really grateful that you deliver your wonderful thoughts, wonderful knowledge, and your working. So,
Sir, if you have any question, any participant to ask me. Any question, if you have any question, I am ready to answer any questions.
Sir, I hope that it's all clear and it's very precise presentation. So thank you very much. IAPS Pakistan Chapter and Sports Promotion Society under the aegis of International Association of Physical Education and Sports in collaboration with International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, Laguna State Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Neuron Technologies, Global Trainer Academy, and Pakistan Sports Promoters presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Hamid Abdul Sada Khadim and for imparting his or her valuable insight and expertise as a resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Physical Education 2021 on 28 November 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed by Faisal Fiaz, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar, President, International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science, Professor Dr. Jessis Organ, President, IAPS, and the Chairman, Professor Dr. Julson M. Santos, Chairman, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Science Incorporation. So thank you very much, sir, Dr. Hamid. I'm really grateful to you. So after that, we are going to close our conference. I hope that each and everyone have enjoyed and have learned a lot. So I'm just calling Mr. Imran Sarwar. He is the advisor of IAPS Pakistan, Managing Director, PMLH, Project Management Learning Hub, Lecturer, CCOS, University Peshawar, Master Project Manager at American Academy of Project Management. So Mr. Imran, you have only 2 or 3 minutes to express your word of thanks to the audience and to the organizing committee.
Good morning. Thank you so much, dear Sir Faisal Fiaz, for a brief introduction. It is a great honor for me to be a guest at this renowned event. This conference has taught me a great deal about physical and supporting activities. Physical education fosters skill and confidence in a variety of physical activities that have become a major part of our lives, both in and out of workplaces. And some of the major benefit of these physical activities on brain health occur immediately after a session of moderate to vigorous physical activities, such as reduced feeling of state anxiety, improved sleep, and improved aspects of cognitive functions with popular physical activity and regular physical activity. Improvements are seen in trait and anxiety, deep sleep, and component of executive functions to plan, to organize, to monitor, to inhibit or facilitate behavior, and initiate tasks and control emotions. And being a project manager, these are all the things that are very important for me to physically and mentally fit and to handle and manage my projects successfully. I am very delighted that the Sports Promotion Society and International Association of Physical Education and Sports Pakistan are collaborating with international entities to raise awareness for the development and advancement of sports and physical education in Pakistan and at international level. I am thrilled to see that world-renowned physical education professionals from Iraq and Philippines, India, Russia, Australia, Pakistan have come to share their knowledge. The Sports Promotion Society and IAPES Pakistan are dedicated to promoting the idea of sports and physical education in a global context for Pakistan and all people around the globe. And I hope so that hundreds of peoples or thousands of peoples in the globe, in the world, have benefited from the services of the Sport Promotion Society and the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Pakistan, who are interested in pursuing this hard vocation as a career path. Your unwavering dedication has opened the road for hundreds of people who want to improve their supporting ability by learning about the latest and most up-to-date information through very well explained and audio-visual presentation like these conferences. As a competent pillar to deliver your enthusiastic athletic talent based on research-focused knowledge to our unique world, I acknowledge your dedication and unshakable support for the welfare and awareness of the physical education and support activities. You have established a very good and very good, one of the physical sport education domains most valuable and technical, rational, and recognized contributors. Please accept my heartful thanks and gratitude from my side to my dear friend, Professor Faisal Fiaz, Dr. Jevalson Santos, and the entire organizing group of this conference. Congratulations on this fantastic endeavor, and because to your vision and dedication, as well as your teamwork, energy, and guidance, you will always be a true symbol of success for the next generation. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to all my fantastic mentors, friends, attendees, and speakers. I extend a hearty welcome to all of our visitors and attendees from Pakistan and around the world. I am very much confident that they learned a lot of things and improved their knowledge and abilities as a result of this international progressive and research-based physical education conference. Thank you so much. Once again, I want to congratulate you all on the success of this event. Thank you so much, Mr. Faisal Fiaz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imran Khan. It's really great honor for all of us that you have expressed a lot of appreciation, gratitude, and commented a lot of things. We are really grateful. So after this, we are calling to our great mentor, Dr. Gurdeep Singh. He will conclude this conference as a concluding speaker. Sir Gurdeep Singh, are you here? Sir Gurdeep Singh. Sir, are you here?
Yeah.
Yes, nice to see you. So I want this thing that being a concluding guest of this conference, you basically conclude and end this conference. It will be great honor for all of us that you spent a lot of time with us. You delivered your insights, experience, and give us a rational path to the whole generation. It's really grateful. So I welcome to you as a concluding speaker.
Thank you, Professor Faisal, and the organizing committee of this international event of world class. I have been in touch with all the speakers. Speakers were having a complete clearance in their concepts. And it was really a interactive session. Collective wisdom has come up. I would like to say only that it was a transparent mechanism by which we can learn more and more. The education is a two-way traffic. It is interactive and collective. If we don't learn, we cannot teach. If we don't teach, learning comes to an end. By organizing such events all over the world, I hope the ideas, the innovative ideas which we have collected and achieved, rather from interacting with the world-class speakers, the ideas, if we are able to pass these ideas through our muscles practically, it becomes a fully possessed education. And education is a process of preparing people to fight to the finish in future in their life and achieve, because it prepares an attitude of the people, and that attitude is the altitude in their professional life. I am very grateful to all the organizers that it is really a wonderful topic we have taken up. So after the pandemic, which I could feel, there is a lot of stress in the mind of all the people. Now that stress needs to be managed by the scientists like Virender, Professor John Abraham, and recently a good speaker from University of Punjab, Pakistan. So we should make a task force, which I feel, of world-class sports scientists, physical educationists. It should be a working group that as I have heard from Professor Faisal, he met Professor Gurdyal Singh from National Institute of Sports, Patiala, that Southeastern Asian countries are not keeping up that standard of physical education and sports sciences at the world level. We can make our presence felt if we join heads, hands, and even efforts, heads and hands. So the crux of the matter is that stress is one's own creation by his own actions, reactions, and perceptions. The stress needs to be managed well. For that, I hope those who are well versed with the stress management, they should make a team, a task force, and we should update professional knowledge and skills, technical skills of our youth and coaches, managers, so that we can provide a world-class training to our talented youth in the world. We are equally benefited and genetically benefited from the God, but we need to design our training and set a target that should be world-class. I hope this is a journey hand in hand, and we can say that this team should work as a family. So thank you very much for organizing a world-class and a wonderful event by providing a platform to all the educated, trained, and even we can say trained and enlightened souls. So this is my expectation and a request to all: work with each other, and you will find that there is a Olympic gold on the podium. Those who will prepare well, those who will perform well, those who will reform and transform the performance of their nations through committed and consistent efforts. With these words, I convey my gratitude to all the people, those who are in the organization, and listeners, those who participated, and those who interacted for making such things a grand success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gurdeep Singh. It's really honor for us that we have such kind of mentor and a true, sincere person with us. And your guidance is always valuable and precious thing for us. Reason you always, with a very sincere attitude and with sincere approach, you delivered your basically knowledge and your suggestions, your opinions as well. So I'm really grateful to you. And from the heart of my bottom of heart, I am going to say thank you very much. And thank you to all of you. We are going to close this session. We are going to close this conference. And I congratulate to all the speakers, guests, organizing committee members, the attendees, and the audience who attended this conference. And I hope they have learned a lot of things. Reason, the speakers from different countries, so due to this reason, their delivery of approach vary from place to place, and due to some language barriers are also there. So such kind of things we have to tolerate. Reason, we are going to integrate and we have to collaborating with each other for the enhancement and for the optimal growth for human mankind. So after this positive statement, thank you very much to all of you, and I want to say thanks to all of you, and we are going to close this conference. Take care. Bye bye. Good afternoon. Good evening. Take care. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, Faisal. MashaAllah. It's a great event. It's honor for you and for Pakistan and thanks for all the international presenters, guest speakers, and honorable teachers. We are thankful, all of you.
So it's a team effort, and obviously when there will be a sincere intentions and sincere collaboration, then such kind of positive and progressive thing will be happen. So it's all due to team efforts. Thank you very much to you, to your all students and the attendees as well.
MashaAllah, because there is a different time zone in the different countries, it is a large number of people are still in the meeting.